tragedy? Why are you my remedy? If our love is sanity, why are you my clarity? If our love is tragedy, why are you my remedy? If our love is sanity, why are you my clarity? Why are you my remedy? Why are you my clarity? Oh, oh, why are you my remedy? Oh, oh, why are you my clarity?
Feel the music. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Drum in the bass,
Come in and the dance, yeah, we nice up the place. Come in and the dance, yeah, you feel it in space. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Who now feel this your rhythm? Feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Who now feel this your rhythm? Feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Me pick up me keyboard, put it in me car. Me never realize me have it. Drive off for me run out of gas, me not a star. Hey, me run out of gas, me not a star. Watch it. So me push me car to a gas station. Fill it up, turn up me radio. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Bimmer, reggae music, some reggae music. Hey, reggae music, some reggae music. Reggae music, some reggae music. Hey, reggae music, some roots music. Little have it that me sight up me brethren. Little reasoning in a this time and season. Little have it that me sight up me sistering. Tell me about a youth so them not listen. Oh Jah, guide the youth them today. Come in and the dance, yeah, we nice up the place. Come in and the dance, yeah, you feel it in space. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Who now feel this your rhythm? Feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Who now feel this your rhythm? Feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Pick up me keyboard, put it in me car. Me never realize me have it. Drive off and me run out of gas, me not a star. Hey, me run out of gas, me not a star. Watch it. So me push me car to a gas station. Fill it up, turn up me radio. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Guess what? I play up on my stereo. Reggae music, some reggae music. Reggae music, some reggae music. Reggae music, some reggae music. Hey, reggae music, some roots music. Little have it that me sight up me brethren. Little reasoning in a this time at season. Little have it that me sight up me sister. Tell me about a youth so them not listen. Oh Jah, guide the youths them today. Oh me say, come in and they dance, yeah, we nice up the place. Come in and they dance, yeah, you feel it in space. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Drum and the bass, I go move your waist. Who now feel this your rhythm? Feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Who now feel this your rhythm? Feel this your flow. Oh, what a feeling so natural. Who now feel this rhythm? Them now feel this your flow. Who now feel this your rhythm? Now feel this your flow. Who feels it knows it, yeah. Who feels it knows it.
Here's another classic hit on Breeze 93.9.
When I first saw you, girl,
Sinja uli die sombren zelten meg, et zu ite salude, antes diu hum niga. Radzauds en melek és frédzes, durant in todo in memu. A nogi distancia, como kupugi palu. Zangi man malak guafi, Ikonum nasugi airi, preba tu la noci, nai banderata gaigi, pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa, gilo tanu man libri, sentanu iti man ko badi.
Chamoru Pulitanota Kantai Matuno Nyagitoru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpara Paraiona, Parai Gloria, Abiba Isla Senpara.
Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. It's alright, everything will be okay. When the sunrise, dark turns to light. Even when nothing is going your way. When the sun sets, don't get upset. It's up to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. So won't you So won't you fly? So won't you fly? So won't you fly? So won't you fly over me, over me?
Oh, yeah. Good. Sorry, I had a little coffee in my throat. Good morning, Guam. Friday, woohoo, business. Right on.
Don't gas out now. We need
No,
you
no,
for
no.
the next 4 hours.
I know. Driving the bus today. Sabrina taking care of a bunch of family stuff over in Las Vegas, Nevada. Good morning. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Joe, sir, good morning. Great job. Did you guys see we have a bunch of nice stickers out there in our... Was that always there? And I'm sorry, because it's been boarded up for the pandemic.
No, if you were wondering where KUM is now, like if you're a food delivery service,
Right,
if
yeah.
we order pizza here all the time.
Or you just want to bring us food just because
Yeah.
you love us?
Did you see that shot that Joe Sir got? He shot like the Compadres Mall like next to us.
The
building
Compadres
with the
Mall
sun just
Vista.
peeking up. Oh, nice.
Good stuff. AJ, what's up? How you doing?
Good.
Right on.
Hanging in there.
You know that song we played, that Fat Tofu, Fly Over Me? It's a good song.
People really love that song.
Yeah. You know, and my friend Jordan, Fat Tofu, I didn't know what that song was about, and he told me it was about, he lost his dad. Yeah, and so that song is about him losing his dad and thinking about his dad. Doesn't that totally change the vibe of it? He's saying, like, won't you fly over me, you know what I mean? Like the spirit of his dad.
Yeah, you're always watching. And
Cool. So cool. Hey, it's Friday, guys. Friday, whoa, Betness, Viva! Friday.
8 more hours until the weekend.
Right on. Our weekend's starting now because Sabrina's not coming in today.
Yeah.
That's it. Actually, we got a pretty tough show.
No, we had some big guests coming up.
It's jam-packed for Friday.
Including someone who has been, I mean, she's not been tardy because it's not like she hasn't been doing anything, but Mary Rhodes is coming back.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with the tourism guys, and we'll talk to Mary Rhodes about it. But, you know, one of the things that they're really trying to do is this idea that they hey, morning, by the way, guys. Thank you, Facebook Live. Good morning. What they're trying to do also is they want to do that. Remember in Hawaii, well, we talked about it here. In Hawaii, they did this $500 voucher card, and they gave it to everybody, and then you could go around to eat at restaurants. Kind of like a stipend, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To go out and boost the economy.
Wait, but that's for everybody, right? Not just
Well,
locals.
okay, so I think Senator Moylan and those Republicans, they've got those Get Guam Moving. I think they actually have a bill for it, but
There's 3 bills, right? They're all
yeah,
around
there's
the
a
same
whole
concept.
bunch. But in Saipan, they're doing 200, I think 200 to 500 for each tourist when they start getting the tourists.
Wow.
I know, right? But I think if you're going to give the tourists $500 on a card, I mean, us locals, what are we, chopped liver? We've been holding up this tourism economy in lieu of actual tourists for the last year, Joe.
Okay, well,
right,
that
Joe? We got to get ours, too. We got to wet our beak on this $500 card,
But
guys.
that is interesting because, you know, Senator Moylan, who
Hey, we need a little something for the locals.
Senator Moylan, he's half Hawaiian, right?
I don't know, brother.
Well, I know.
Oh, I don't know, brother.
The Moylan family is part Hawaiian, right? But he has referenced even on the show that Hawaii's done something for generations now. Nestor always brings up they have, you know, kama'aina rates.
Which is like local discount?
Yeah, local discount.
Yeah.
So he was saying,
Yeah, Guam is so weird. We'll give a military discount before we'll give a discount to our own people. Right? Oh, mic drop.
Okay,
Said it.
do you remember Hutch's Sound Factory? Like
Yeah.
and then it just became like, you know, a Sound Factory. It was started by Hutch, formerly of Hit Radio, right?
Yes, Hutch and Jeff.
Hutch and Jeff, man. I was
yeah.
a big fan of those guys. And then when Hutch went into, you know, he became an entrepreneur, opened up his own like CD shop. I went in there. I
So
was like,
Hutch's Sound Factory guys back in the day, you would go in there, and if you wanted to buy a CD, you could check it out, and you'd be like, "Oh, I want to listen to it." They'd have these like little
the listening
station
stations.
with headphones.
And when they first started out, they were
Hey, Jade, doesn't that sound like a COVID nightmare though? Like everyone touching these CDs and putting them in and sharing headphones.
yeah, now it would be. But they started out first. They were in Boone Street Plaza up
Right.
here in Harmon, right?
Yeah,
And then they
yeah.
moved down to the Agana Shopping Center.
They were like the Boone Street Plaza's last big
Yeah.
client.
But you know what? Shout out to my friend like Joel Kitigwa, right? Joel worked there for a while.
Right.
He would always like
Primo
recommend
Joel?
music. Yeah, Joel Kitigwa.
Volleyball, Joel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he retired, you know, a few years ago. So number 9 is never going to be worn again, and rightfully so, right? But you go into Hutch's Sound Factory, and I remember I was like, and they would even say, you know, like if you're military, the regular price of the CD is like what, $17.99. If you're military, it's like $15.99. And I was like, well, hang on a second.
I don't know, man. Military got it made where they can go on the basic commissary. I think we need to charge them extra.
But
They're
then
like, dude, you got free health care. You're like eating good groceries that, you know, the rest of us don't have access to
But, you
for
know,
a
has
cheaper
Guam-
price. We need to charge you 10% more.
has Guam ever kind of like really had
No,
like
Joe.
well, I mean, the hotels here. have
Don't
had-
drag me, bro. These people are going to drag me. Like, you hate the military.
We never really called it kama'aina rates out here, or you know, some like
Yeah, yeah,
local
yeah.
local version of it. But I
Right.
mean, locals here, the hotels have always had like, you know, local rates.
Yeah, of course.
If you do like the staycation thing, or you just want to like go check out like the water park or
Right.
something like that,
All I'm saying, Jay, is if the tourists get 500, we better get our 500 too.
that would be nice.
I'm just saying, because who's been going to the buffets, who's been doing the staycations, who's been eating out, who's been taking out. Ain't no tourists around here. Nope. I'm sorry. You see any tourists, Joe? Hello, tourists. Where are you at? Yep, no, just as locals. Yep, just as locals.
And we've been saying for the past couple months, can you imagine that first batch of or even the very first tourists?
Oh, God, they're going to be
set foot
so
on Guam?
lucky. Because we are rolling out the red carpet for them.
Dude, you are going to have like Holiday Spirit rammed down your throat, whether you like it or not.
I like that should be our new slogan, Jay.
Yeah.
Come to Guam, get the Holiday Spirit rammed down your throat. Take this gift card.
Holiday Spirit, huh? One time.
You didn't want to come here because COVID, huh? Oh, now you want it. No, now you like us. Now
I mean,
they're giving you
somebody will
stuff.
say, hey, why don't you come over here? You know, we got a barbecue plate for you and your family. The guy sits down, thank you. Barely started to eat. Hey, no. Now come ride the caravel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, we'll wrap that for you.
Now come check out the shirt I made.
Right on. Hey, here, take this gift card.
That is, man, I really, really cannot wait, for that again, to see my beloved Tuman with visitors there and, people being happy and just walking around. And,
I mean, but you know how lucky we are, man, because, okay, without the tourists, right, and everyone was saying, like, oh, my God, our economy's crashed for the next 2 to 3 years. Remember that back in the height of the pandemic?
Yeah.
It was like, oh, it's terrible.
That was the doomsday scenario.
Right.
Although it never really
It
came
never happened.
Yeah, because, I know BJ Cruz has been saying it for years. Various leaders, Simon Sanchez has been saying it for years. My dad, when he was, Mr. Tourism, was saying it. And, who's Mr.
Yeah, and who you never hear from anymore? You never hear from the chamber and the businesses because dude, it's booming out there. I got to tell you, it's booming, guys.
But everybody said, like, it's a real, you don't put all your eggs in one basket. That's business 101. And for us to basically only rely on tourism for decades is a really, really dangerous way to run. And then everybody said, what if something happens? And they're like, nothing's ever going to happen.
I mean, if it wasn't for the PUA, right, and the stimuli, was it stimuli?
Nice.
The stimuli. And, you
can go out into the ocean.
Getting out those tax refunds, right? And just the willingness of people to go out and spend money because they're vaccinated. So it's all to me, it's all interconnected. The vaccination effort and where we are now and how people are just gunning it out there. Like, it's crazy, Joe. It's almost busier than pre-pandemic. I feel, right? So, yeah, it never happened. Remember, it was like 2 to 3 years. It's going to be looking at empty streets. But that PUA is running out in September, of course. So we're sitting pretty now, and I think the challenge is going to be for them to spread enough of this American Rescue Plan, no plan money around, right, to bridge us to when we are going to get those hundreds of thousands of tourists. Because it's going to start slow.
That, too, is an incredibly dangerous way to
it's
live.
pretty. We're sitting here
Dave
saying,
Della Sola said, you don't want to be
know.
caught in that first batch of people who are now going to line up because they don't have unemployment assistance coming in. And then,
That's why, how they're going to use this 600 million ARP is so crucial. Because we're pretty now. PUA runs out in September. We're going to need to bridge all these gaps with this money for programs and job training and all that stuff. But the jobs are out there, guys. People are trying to get workers.
Yeah, we've heard that California Pizza Kitchen, I believe, had a job fair. I heard.
But you know what? I wonder
there's a commercial playing on our station right now.
There's a job fair for the Guard. They're having it Saturday again at Shopping Center.
Yeah, Mark was saying that. And it's not just the Guard. There's a whole bunch of other organizations who will be down there.
Right, and then there's also a job fair Friday. I think you were right. I think
that's IP&E.
Right.
They're
yes.
having so the Shell, which is amazing to me because when they said the Shell stations, they need cashiers, they
need
fuel,
gas they need gas pumpers.
Those places did not close down, and they still need warm bodies now. So that's fantastic to see, dude. There's jobs to be had out there if you go.
If you just want to get paid less than the PUA.
But I think
plenty job if you're in the mood for a pay cut.
But I mean, okay, and at the same time, to be fair, right? You can see how
we're gonna get in trouble. It isn't even 6:30 yet, Joe. Sabrina's gonna be like, "That's it. I have to come in now."
You can see some people would just say, "Okay, I'm gonna ride this wave until I can't because I'm getting good, consistent."
Go for it. You're not hurting anybody. It's Uncle Sam's money. Uncle Sam is so rich. You on the PUA, not even denting his pocketbook. So ride it, yeah.
And the only time I've ever seen Joe Sir get emotional or even borderline pissed off was, remember, I think you were going off on one of your rants one time.
Oh, thanks. Is that what they're called, Jay?
Yeah. Well, opinions, let's say. And you were just saying something like,
Thanks.
like we have to stay inside the and you have to go to the quarantine facility, and you have to get people are saying go get vaccinated and everything like that. Joe Sir during commercial break had a rant of his own, and he's like look at my countrymen, like back in the Philippines, we don't have those options, like to the extent that we do here.
Yeah, we're
right?
so blessed.
Yeah, you get to stay in a 5-star hotel at zero cost to you. Even Bree said that when she had to go through her 6-day quarantine, she didn't open her wallet once.
Yes, thank you for making Cortec even richer, guys. Way to go. Right on. They really needed that. Uh-huh. But Jay, now they're talking about they want to, if you're a tourist and you come in and you have a negative test, they want to just release you into the wild. So that's one of the things. There's a GVB board meeting yesterday, and that's one of the things that they were discussing. And they're also discussing the governor, I think it was the former Governor Carl, had said that they have convinced Governor Liu to start using the AstraZeneca vaccine on Guam because it's more familiar to some of these source market countries like Korea and
and that is
wherever.
the one that they're distributing.
That's the one that they were talking so much smack about
in the
up to
Philippines
now,
and in
right,
Europe.
sir? We didn't even entertain people with the AstraZeneca vaccine because why? Not because it's being used primarily in Asian countries, no, but because our very own public health doctors said it wasn't good enough. They said it wasn't good enough of a vaccine to allow people who have been vaccinated in here to come in without being 14-day quarantine. Oh, but now it's totally fine. I'm just saying, when you try and map out these processes of these decisions, a lot of times it just doesn't make sense. But I mean, it is
You're
what
really
it is.
good with the words this morning.
I'm feeling it, bro. I've been playing I got
the
this
stimuli,
brain.
the
I got
processes.
I got this brain game, guys. You play those brain games?
Oh, you do? You got one of those?
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Yeah. And plus, I worked out yesterday, so I'm feeling the pump, bro.
Also, you were an avid reader. You read a lot.
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, thanks, Jay. I read a lot, so when I go on my rants, I don't sound like a total idiot.
There you go.
Thanks. Hey, it's 6:35, guys. The show is brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, who are a big part of the Shell Foodies family, and they're doing the job fair.
Yep.
Okay, so go get a
Please
job.
go check
Get a
that out,
job,
everybody.
you bum. I'm just kidding. I love you guys.
That's a great company to work for. They're gonna give you life skills. You're gonna make a lot of friends. You're gonna do good, honest work for good, honest pay.
Plus, they sell cake in the foodies.
There
You
you
ever
go.
see them cakes they sell in there?
I don't. I've seen.
I
the
think it's
cake.
from Gourmet Guam. Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen.
they've
the
got
cake.
little ones too.
They've also got those keto
Like
cookies,
dude.
which Ken really loves.
Right? Yeah, you can go into foodies and you could gas up and you could get a little cake, and you could just eat it in your car, all by yourself, and then throw away the trash, and no one will ever know.
Along with the hot dog that you
Speaking for a friend.
get. Okay. Before we start rolling with the news, right? I've been telling people that
Take your time, bro.
Yeah, because it is Pride Month and everything like that. I've been checking out, the various streaming services and every one of them.
All right, what Pride movie did you watch?
I would like to make a recommendation to you guys. It's not a new movie. It's actually a documentary.
Yeah,
But it's called.
Oh,
Lady,
I got some Pride.
Okay,
movie.
Lady Valor. This was a documentary done by CNN. CNN makes the best documentaries, by the way.
Lady Valor.
Yeah, Lady Valor. It's about he was born Chris Beck, right? He's now Kristen Beck. He's a transgender. He's now identifies as a woman. 21-year veteran of the U.S. Navy SEALs, a decorated counter-terrorist expert. And it's an amazing documentary just about what he's been through, and he's like, I've one of the highest trained military, people at the time. He was a decorated SEAL, and the SEALs are the hardest of the hard. And he has been embraced by a lot of his SEAL brethren. Some of them also have criticism, as you would expect, and everything like that. It's a phenomenal story about Chris Beck, now known as Kristen Beck, but it's Lady Valor. And I got to tell you, Chris, the poster of this documentary is also amazing because it just says, the story of an American hero, and then you've got these bullets lined up. So there's 50 cal, 50 cal, 50 cal, and then a lipstick container, and then 50 cal. It's really, really good. So if you check out any of the streaming services, and they've got really good curated lists of LGBTQ
right on
films and documentaries for Pride Month.
You're going deep.
That's a really good
You're
one.
going deep in the Pride cuts, man.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. I mean, and
I
I've never
just
like
downloaded.
using the term like.
There's a documentary. It's called "Changing the Game." I haven't seen it yet.
Oh yeah,
but it's like all about transgender athletes.
Yeah.
And the controversy. Well, when you have biologically born males transitioning to female and competing.
And is it? I mean, there's also a documentary about a MMA athlete who is transgender and now competes. And some people said, especially for that sport, because it is full contact, is that still fair when you've got you've got male testosterone, the physicality, the musculature, still of a male, even if you've had like the gender reassignment surgery. And Her Honor, Chief Judge Frances Tidenko Gatewood was saying when she came on last week, and she said that's one of the topics they're going to talk about on their forum, which Glenn Lujan is going to speak at.
Correct. Glenn Lujan of the Hoffaday podcast, coming soon to the KUAM Podcast Network.
And she even mentioned that, and she goes, there's like the ability for transgender people to compete, and some of the the controversies that
Okay, I got a couple my two picks here for this morning. These are, I guess they're Pride movies, but maybe with an asterisk because they're not really put out there as like, hey, this is a Pride movie, but they have characters in them that are LGBTQ plus I.
Is it Tu Wong Fu?
No.
Oh.
This movie, What Keeps You Alive. I don't know if you guys seen that. I think it might be, I don't know which of the streaming services it's on. But it's about these two lesbians. They're married, and they go out to the one of the wives' like childhood cabin, and they kind of like camp out. And it's a crazy movie. I would say it's a psychological thriller. And then another one I watched, Jay, that was pretty cool, and it was just really strange because it was about this gay conversion camp. It's called The Miseducation at Cameron Post. I forget.
I've heard about that. Yeah,
there's a famous lady, and hold on, who is it? It is man, I don't know this. She's a famous actress. Let me see. Chloe Grace Moretz. Yeah.
Oh, Chloe Grace Moretz is phenomenal.
Yeah. So this is a good movie. If you guys get a chance, those are two that I really enjoyed: The Miseducation of Cameron Post, and also What Keeps You Alive. Guys, it's 6:40.
Chloe Grace Moretz, by the way, was making a big name for herself, whether that was a good thing or bad thing, as the next Scream Queen, because she did so many horror movies. She did like a couple of those possession movies. She really did a phenomenal job, in my opinion, in the remake of Carrie.
Oh wow,
that was her.
I got to check that out.
Yeah. Oh, she was good.
Good morning, Facebook Live. We're gonna shout you guys out coming up in a bit, but already a little bit behind. Here's who's coming up on the show this morning. Captains Eric and Carrie Rudd, the Salvation Army. Guys, call to arms here because they're totally out of school supply.
Oh,
totally.
no.
They don't have any backpacks. They don't have any school supplies. So we're doing a big shake the tree with the Salvation Army this morning. And then we've got Jesse Kanga, the Guam Ethics Commission Executive Director, coming on because we had Maria Pangilinan on yesterday about financial disclosures that I think were turned in and then some weren't. But anyway, they were all forwarded over to the Ethics Commission. Sarah Thomas Netty Dog, the Homeless Poverty Prevention Office Director, is coming on for an update. Chief Steve Ignacio of the Guam Police Department. Again, Mary Rhodes. We'll talk tourism. And from GCC, we plugged it yesterday. We're going to tell you how you can go to GCC for free for a year. Yep. Coming up right here on the link. And so let's get into the news now at 6:41 on a Friday. Brought to you proudly by Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. This is the link. My name's Chris with the very latest. Jason Solis, good morning.
Good morning and good morning, Guam. Hafa to all of you watching all over the world right now on Facebook Live. Let's go back to the newsroom to get things kicked off with our very own Nestor Lecanto, who has your morning link update.
Hafa and good morning, everyone. I'm Nestor Lecanto with your headlines here on The Link. More information revealed about accused murderer Nicholas Moore, who was picked up in Florida earlier this week. KUAM spoke with his attorney, Mike Phillips, who argues his client isn't a fugitive, as law enforcement knew where he was for months.
From missing to murdered, a fugitive to captured, Nicholas Moore was nabbed by federal and local authorities in Florida this week and will be extradited back to Guam, where he will face charges for the murder of Michael Castro.
It's more than an implication now. It's an actual case where they say he's fleeing prosecution. That's just absolutely not true.
According to Moore's attorney Mike Phillips, law enforcement should have known where his client was. According to published court documents, Moore was interviewed in November 2020 by GPD, and he then traveled stateside to attend a drug rehab program in California and was scheduled to return on island within 30 days following the completion of his treatment. He didn't, however, and was in Florida, where he was actually arrested back in February for a misdemeanor criminal offense, and as we reported, was again arrested by federal authorities earlier this week as part of a coordinated effort with local authorities. According to Attorney Phillips, he was well aware of where his client was all along, and all the government had to do was ask.
I haven't yet spoken to the attorneys involved, although they are aware that I was retained and I was always available, but I haven't spoken to them at all about this situation. I'm hoping they'll see that, they were taking the precautions, but it's just not one of those cases where he was trying to flee. At least the information available to me, and he's keeping in contact, and the same goes for his parents. And he was where I was told he was, and he was with his mom. So I just don't see that. It never crossed my mind that he would be trying to flee.
On May 28th, a federal complaint came down on Nicholas Wayne Moore, charging him with unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. Court documents state that Moore was implicated in 2 separate shooting investigations on Guam that occurred on October 15th and October 30th of last year. The first, a drive-by shooting in Agana Heights, where the victim survived, and the second, the deadly shooting of Michael Castro, who was missing for 8 months. Castro is believed to have been shot multiple times with a pistol while inside his car on October 30th. The pistol was confiscated at Moore's residence and matched Castro's DNA. His body is suspected to have been disposed in the ocean by way of Moore's father's boat. Moore's father is Leroy Moore, owner of Unitech Environmental Guam. As for the Agana Heights shooting, the victim was brought to the Naval Hospital main gate with a gunshot wound on October 15th. He told detectives that he was playing basketball at the village court by himself when he was approached by a man who fired a single gunshot at him, then fled the scene in a big black Ford truck. Despite making numerous requests for any information regarding his client, Phillips says he has continued to reach out to the Office of the Attorney General. He adds the Moore family has been cooperative with the government since the beginning. KUAM asked Attorney Phillips if he believes there are any other co-actors involved in these cases.
I personally think it would be very hard for one person to carry out all of that. Just the nature of the incidents, the interaction, and what's left. I think that historically it would have meant that there's more than one person involved, yes.
This case is ongoing. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
A probe into 2 privately contracted post offices continues, but according to a spokesman for the U.S. Postal Service, Jigo and Dededo mail service may return soon. USPS spokesman Duke Gonzalez said, quote, "We apologize to our customers who have been inconvenienced by the continuing closures of the Jigo and Dededo contract postal unit facilities. We want to reassure those customers that we are working on reopening both of those facilities as soon as possible. At the moment, we are reviewing applications from prospective suppliers and working through logistic and operational matters. The northern units had been closed for an audit, but Gonzalez now says they are under investigation. Until they are reopened, Dededo and Jigo P.O. Box customers will be served over the counter at the Barragata main facility, which will be open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. The 2 postal units have been closed since the 2nd week of April. Expect an announcement in the next few days from the governor to accept AstraZeneca as a valid vaccine for arriving Korean passengers. That's according to GVB President Carl Gutierrez during a board meeting Thursday. GVB has been meeting with Korean carrier Jeju Air to start flying in vaccinated tourists. This after the Korean government lifted the quarantine requirement for returning residents with shots.
The governor has indicated that she will allow non-U.S. citizens to come in, provided that she gets the supply. And now that Biden has been supplying Taiwan 750,000 at least at the start, that the concept is there. They want us to help the allies. And so the governor, I believe, in the next few days should be able to get the word back whether she got approved for her request for more vaccines to take care of the non-U.S. citizens.
GVB has also been working on a marketing program for American citizens to come to Guam to be vaccinated. They're also waiting on approval from public health on that. Separately, the GVB board also authorized management to negotiate new 4-year marketing contracts for the Korean and Taiwan markets. After waiting for nearly 2 weeks for a signature from the Utah Office of Veterans Affairs, modernizing records at the Guam Veterans Affairs Office is now becoming a reality. After clarifying the verbiage in the agreement, VA Director Tim Uggan said that the Utah office signed the contract Wednesday morning. As we reported, the Utah office volunteered to help digitize the local Veterans Information System. Uggan shares what this means for the VA office.
Since this office has opened many years ago, that this will help us get out of the Stone Age in regards to manual documentation, records keeping, records management, case management. It's going to also allow us to digitalize all of our records to include the Veterans Registry. And it will also allow us to communicate with the Department of Motor Vehicles at the Department of Revenue and Tax and Public Health vital records.
Currently, the agency manages more than 28,000 records of active veterans on Guam. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
New cases of coronavirus were noted last night from a total of 395 tests performed on Wednesday. 5 people, our neighbors, are currently hospitalized. One of them is in the ICU. Guam's COVID area risk score, the popular CAR score, has now dropped from 0.7 to 0.5. As far as vaccinations go, better than 85,000 people on Guam are now fully immunized against COVID-19. Tyler Metanani has our next report. As the Department of Labor was given $1 billion for the Pandemic Unassistance Program, one man in particular wanted in on the action. The only problem, Mr. Chambers' documents appear to be suspicious. Tyler reports from the Superior Court of Guam.
Opening arguments were underway in local court for George Chambers Jr. Chambers is accused of committing pandemic unemployment assistance, or PUA fraud, for allegedly submitting falsified records to receive PUA benefits during the COVID-19 pandemic. He brought attention to his case to the Department of Labor back in June of 2020 after not receiving any payment for his PUA filing. Upon inspection, DOL discovered deficiencies in Chambers' documents, specifically his business license claiming he owned a janitorial business. DOL's Christy Nedadog is assigned to adjudications for PUA.
At first, it looked normal. After going over it a few times, I thought something was wrong.
Nedadog noted that certain fonts on the business license didn't match, and the signature at the bottom wasn't even the current director of Rev and Tax.
And who is the current director of Revenue and Tax?
Daphne Shimizu.
And at the bottom of the document that was submitted, what did you see?
John P. Camacho.
DOL requested further proof of employment, but the 2 documents that Chambers submitted also didn't add up.
Because I couldn't make out what was written on it, I did call the phone number on this.
Okay. And
to speak with the property manager.
The caller confirmed that Chambers was not employed with them. Additionally, Chambers' name wasn't even on the document. As for the second document,
in a receipt book, there's usually 3 copies. The top part usually goes to the customer. So I was wondering why I was receiving it, because you can tell that it's pending.
As opposed to
from the copy we sent.
What would you have expected, I guess, is
the last copy.
What would that look like?
Usually yellow or pink. It would look like a carbon copy.
Trial resumes Monday at 9:30 a.m. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
News, a QR code is being developed to be used as a second form of verification for the COVID-19 vaccine. Our friend Dr. Hoa Nguyen, representing American Medical Center, said on Wednesday, to that very statement, he said there will be no need for residents to request for a second form of verification for public health when you have the CDC verification card and the QR code on your mobile device. Here's more on this story.
A QR code is being developed to be used as a second form of verification for the COVID-19 vaccine, Dr. Hoa Nguyen, representing American Medical Center, said on the link Wednesday. Nguyen said that there will be no need for residents to request for a second form of verification from public health when you have the CDC verification card and the QR code on your mobile device. All you have to do is submit an application, picture ID with a selfie to verify it's you, and your CDC card. Then it will lead you to a federal website. After the application is completed and verified, about 48 to 72 hours, your QR code with your picture will be sent to your SMS or WhatsApp.
The bottom line, we try to make it convenient for the people on Guam and also people off island. It's not just Guam, because the QR code, what the process does is it's not an app, it's a web-based. So wherever you go, it's on your phone. So you never lose it unless you lose your phone. And wherever you go, and someone can take the camera, scan the QR code, just like you go in the restaurant, and it will put you up to a page where it's verified that you have your vaccination already. You can either tell you have the first dose, second dose, or if you have J&J, it will be completed, and they tell you where you get the vaccination from.
In addition to the QR code being your second form of verification, it will also remind you a month prior to your COVID vaccine expiration date to schedule an appointment to get your booster shot. The doctor added that the Department of Public Health and Social Services should recognize the code because it is coming from a federal website. The target date is estimated for next week, Tuesday, June 15th or Wednesday, June 16th. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
And of course, my friends, make sure to check out KUAM.com or any of the KUAM social media properties to find out what is happening on the island 24/7. Well, what is happening right now is our friends at the Salvation Army need all of our help, each and every one of us, not just us in the room, everyone around the island, because they desperately need school supplies for the upcoming school year. Captains Carrie and Eric Rudd are here. Good morning, my friends. How are you guys?
Good morning, Hapa Day.
Hapa Day, good morning.
We're doing well.
Always good to see you guys. Those uniforms look so spiffy, I must tell you. Every time I see you guys always look sharp.
As do you in your jacket, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm combining the corporate with the island. It's Fiesta Friday here on the show.
There you go.
But as part of our our island family tradition, kind of apropos, we're bringing you on because there is a very, very strong need from your organization for school supplies, and that's kind of broadly defined. So can we kind of exactly break down exactly what type of school supplies are needed for our island's most needy?
Well, last year we were able to distribute 250 backpacks that were filled with school supplies, and that would be paper and glue sticks and rulers and pencils and scissors and crayons and colored pencils and writing pads, you name it, we were able, and folders. But what we need first as we start summer here is backpacks. We used our entire inventory last year. We did 250 last year. We'd like to exceed that. There's more kids that are
going back to school.
They're physically going back to school this year, and we've got more people that are coming in that need help. So the first ask is for backpacks. They don't have to be the really expensive kind, but not the real cheap ones either, something that'll last. So
actually, we were at Ross the other day, and they have a whole selection of, over at GPO, they have a selection of backpacks that would be awesome if people were able to go and help out.
The kids that we serve usually don't have backpacks. If they do, it's more like a bag. Sometimes it's a Salvation Army bag, and then they feel branded. And so we like to be able to give them something that is all their own.
Mm-hmm.
so that they feel like just like the other kids, that kind of thing. So if there's anybody out there that's feeling generous, that is compelled to help, please drop off backpacks and school supplies. Once again, backpacks at the Teason location. We definitely can use them.
Yeah, I have a feeling the word backpack is a running theme here. I'm just picking that up, like psychologically.
Oh, good, good.
Just remember Dora the Explorer, right?
That's right.
There you go. I was about to make that reference. Very, very good. And of course, if you literally equip a child, they're metaphorically and figuratively going to be so much more equipped to do well in school. They're gonna feel empowered. They're going to have confidence. They're going to achieve in the way we want them to achieve, because they're going in with their tools and.
That's right. That's right. And they feel, like you said, so much more confident in who they are and what they have to bring, and they feel more prepared to actually sit down and learn. They can't learn if they don't have a pencil and they don't have paper. And when you give a kid, it's the same thing as giving a foster child a suitcase. When you give a kid or a student a backpack,
that's theirs. Yeah.
It becomes theirs, and they're able to put their lunch in it and their goodies, and they feel more whole. So it's a good thing to do.
And they feel mature, and they're like, "Wow, this is mine, and I'm doing this. I'm doing this all by myself." So let me just ask, because I know the way our fellow Guamanians are. We live, we breathe, we dream, we sleep inafamalik. We want to take care of people, especially people that are in their time of greatest need. So I know people are probably going to think, I've got a million of those disposable bags, like shopping bags, grocery bags, perhaps, the reusable ones. Would they be able to contribute those? Or are we looking for, preferably
We're looking for backpacks.
Okay, specifically the backpacks, okay.
Specifically backpacks. There's something, because the kids want to be like the other kids. They want to be able to strap it on, and they want to be able to put their books in it. And they feel like it's just like getting a pair of brand new shoes for a kid that's never had a brand new pair of shoes.
Very true.
They feel leveled up and ready to go, and that they truly that they can conquer the world. They don't feel less than. So we're looking for backpacks.
Mm-hmm. We can get this done, everybody. Hopefully everybody's got their stimulus right now. If you have not yet, you will be getting it in short order. Take $50 and take maybe a half hour out of your time, and head down to your favorite mall, your favorite shop, and contribute to the economy and help a young person who's going to need it. Okay, so obviously backpacks are the primary need. If people should happen to go by one of our many office supply stores and they want to get other kinds of things, you mentioned paper, writing tools, instruments. What else could be needed?
Composition books,
college ruled paper, the folders, colored pencils, crayons, glue sticks, rulers.
For the younger kids, yeah.
For the younger kids, the little scissors, and number two pencils, definitely.
Okay. A pack of those will go. I mean, you can buy the packs in 24 count and everything. That goes a long way. That's going to help a lot of kids.
If you're at Cost You Less and you're grocery shopping, just head down that aisle and pick up a few things and drop them off at Teason. We'll put them to good use.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, think fondly as you pick out pencils that you're filling out your old Scantron, and think of the kids that are having to do that now.
There you go. Okay. Before we wrap and we say that the where you kind of mentioned in Teason and everything, I want to really get into that. Let me play pessimist for just a second and everything. Is there anything that people might want to donate, out of the kindness of their own heart, but things that we probably shouldn't donate? I'm thinking maybe protractors or things with really sharp edges or.
Right. Sometimes actually we've received, and from the goodness of the hearts of those that are donating, we received used stuff. And the intent is good. At the same time, we can't really use it because there's something about giving a kid that never gets anything new. When you give them something that's their own, that's brand new, still in the package, it elevates them.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives them a boost that they haven't had really ever. And so we'd ask that, if possible, even if it's just a box of pencils or erasers, every little bit helps.
Very true. And get the ones that smell really, really good. The ones that smell like strawberries and everything. Those are awesome.
Oh yeah.
Those always up. Okay, so now that we know what is needed, when and where can people drop these off?
Throughout the entire summer, you can drop them off Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 at the Teason location at 155003 Corsair Avenue. And the number that you would call if you have any questions is 489-0787.
All right. Well, you guys are an Army, and the Army always completes its mission, and you guys have now tasked us with making sure that we equip each and every one of Guam's school children when they head back to class with a proper collection of school supplies. So we're going to get this mission done.
Thank you so much. God bless you guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Captains. Dismissed. All right, take care. And we will be back when the link continues. We've got our friend Jesse Kango with the Guam Ethics Commission. That interview is coming up, so please stay tuned.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Gancharfris, KUAM Senior Producer, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages from all of your friends here at KUAM. Congratulations, seniors!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Join us each week for Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. With more restrictions lifted, our community is back out and about. And getting a little retail therapy has never been more needed. Tune in every Tuesday morning to The Link, where Chris, Sabrina, and Jason will talk shop with local businesses about products now available, new items hitting the shelves, and old favorites that are back and ready for you to purchase. It's Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. Brought to you by your friends at Pacific Grocers. Brands you trust by people you trust.
back home, but she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Miles from her beautiful blue seas, but I'm playing the game, trying to get to this fame. Oh, oh. Think about what I've earned and what's given. Think about my future and my love. Play some ball, mess around and switch it up. Mix some C's with some B's and make a buck. Too many trees, they be starting to hurt my lungs. In the box doing nothing that they flown. What the hell am I doing? I got to run now. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. I got some hearts to fill and break free from this habit of negativity. Old damn week that be sticking to me like macaroni in K3. I'm far away from the comfort of my bed, but it's all good just as long as I can keep my head. Yeah, I'll be back, don't you worry about that. But first I gotta get on track and make some tracks now. Miles.
Oh yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff, Joe. Reed Meyer. He's staying on in Florida. I think he's a St. John's kid. His dad is R.A. Meyer, who was a longtime librarian and Guam Major League pitcher. The song's called Miles. Or like we say on Guam, Mayos. M-Y-O-O-O. Yes. S. 7:14, Jesse Kenga at Guam Ethics Commission joining us in the KUAM News Zoom room on a Friday. Morning, Jess.
Hey, good morning, Chris, and good morning, Jason. How are you doing?
We're doing pretty good. Hey, thanks for jumping on. We had Maria Pangolina and the Guam Election Commission on yesterday, and there was this whole thing with the financial disclosure statements, and I know that a bunch of them were late, and then some people had requested extensions, but she told us that they forwarded everything over to you guys at the Guam Ethics Commission. So what's the next step with that?
Right. So from what we gathered, there were 126 officials that have been identified who are required to file what is the financial disclosure statements. In the original submission deadline, we had received 69 filings and 57 requests for extensions. Recently, I believe just early this week, we received a few more, so that number is now shifted to 71 who have filed, and we have 55 outstanding who have until October of this year to submit their financial disclosure statements. I think what we're still exploring is what that process will look like once we do have all those forms. Ideally for us, I think we're intending to keep them on file. If there are complaints that come up regarding an official, that will be involved, maybe a review of their financial disclosures if it's financially related. So, those things I think will support those types of investigations. But for now, we're just happy that we're clearing through that process and we're outlining what that will look like moving forward with the Guam Election Commission.
So are you guys acting more as a repository for this? Is there any, and then in the event you did need to examine some officials' finances, who would do that? I mean, I mentioned with Maria yesterday, a forensic auditor. I don't even know if that's even a thing. Sounds cool though, right?
It does. No, I heard that little question there, and I think the question will be what part of their disclosure will relate to an active investigation, and it's really difficult to say because we can't predict what type of complaints will come up.
Right.
I know for the commission's perspective, I did propose to the commissioners that we might consider posting some of that information online and make that available so that individuals can inspect for themselves what officials claim to be their sources of income. I think having that information available might support an exploration perhaps if there are violations. Sometimes we hear like the public auditor has come on your show in the past and suggested that, well, how do we quantify like someone is just a entry-level buyer but has a big house and a wonderful car. How do they support that? And so it'd be great for us to be able to share at least some of that information, maybe not the whole detail. Of course, the public is able to request to inspect any of the files we have. Granted, they just need to make that request with our office.
That's actually a good idea, Jess, to post because these are all public documents, right? So I don't know why we wouldn't post the whole thing, but to have them online, you're right. It would give the public an opportunity to inspect these documents in a way that, because no one's going to go to the Guam Election Commission or the Guam Ethics Commission, I mean, outside of media, right? But just for the average Joe and Josefa Cruz out there, if they know, Senator X has an interest in whatever business, but then they look at their financial disclosure and they don't see anything listed there. Right. Then that would be the basis for some type of investigation or filing of a complaint, right?
You're right. What we're trying to do is to be fair to both the public that has a right to review these documents, but also the official who owns this information. So part of this document asks beyond just salaries, their assets, even their investment strategies, and their bank balances. Sometimes, it might seem a little too indulgent of their information if it's not related to their duties and responsibilities. But I still believe that the public has a right to consume that. So within the office, we're trying to explore different mechanisms that will allow the public to consume. I think right now, what I'm proposing to the commission is representatives can ask to review the document and we'll give them a secure access key to see the document they've requested. And then the official who's being reviewed will just get a simple notification that someone is reviewing your financial disclosure. We don't have to say who it is, but just that they know someone's reviewing it.
Does that seem kind of like a little of a generous allowance, given that anybody can actually go to the GEC or, would have been able to go to the GEC and look at these documents in their entirety without, tipping off whatever official's information is being looked at?
Well, sometimes that will cause perpetrators to trip up and make mistakes. Especially if we say something like, someone's reviewing it, I'd be curious to see what they do after. Do they file
like a
supplemental
file?
report? Right.
Just
so, yeah.
Thanks for that. But just quickly, can you give us an update on the status of you guys securing an office, and then the timeline pertaining to when people will actually be able to file ethics complaints with the Guam Ethics Commission?
Great. So to your first question on when we're going to open our office, there was a notice of intent of possible award that GSA had given to the property managers of GCIC. So Guam Election is moving out and Guam Ethics is moving in. And I was laughing with Maria Pangilinan because I said, you could have waited a little bit longer so we have some time to, connect and I can learn from what forms they have and we can share that. But hey, at least we have a place in the Gannett, the Central, that individuals can visit us. Right. So we're approaching that 14-day cool-off period with the procurement, potentially going to open up an office sometime in the week of the 21st. So we have a board meeting scheduled for June 24th at 12:30 p.m. So ideally, we'd like to see that we can have a hybrid meeting where that might be the first meeting we have in an actual location where the office belongs to, as well as online.
Jess, are you saying that you guys are going to move into the old GEC office or just the same building?
No, it'll be the same building, but different unit. We don't need that quite a big a space, and so and we weren't even aware that GEC had issued their award to a different building.
Right.
So that was news to us yesterday when we were listening in on your interview with Maria Pangilinan.
Missed a link, missed a lot.
Yeah.
Just so, what about the timeline for the public being able to file complaints? There's a lot of fishy stuff going on, and my people they're malago to file complaints.
Well, we'd love to hear about it. Right now, I'm expecting to present to the board the proposed standard operating procedures and their review of an application of which complaints will be filed. So if we go as along with what we're intending will happen. The board will review these forms. If they endorse it, then that means following the commission meeting on the 24th, we'll be open to receiving in the interim these complaints. So along with the complaints, there's also a lot of effort on our part to help build capacity for training. I mean, now that the mandate is all employees within the government of Guam have to go through these ethics courses. So we're trying to do both simultaneously, and we know that there's a lot built in to have that established.
Okay. Anything in closing, Jess?
Biba Betness, I think we'll be going on the show sometime in the near future. We just want to be able to share with you once we do have these forms, what that will look like, and give the community a really good insight of what we can do to support any of their questions or perhaps their interest in filing these complaints. And then, of course, on the government side, along with the complaints, we also want to make sure that all employees and officials are well educated on the do's and don'ts for ethical behavior. So be prepared that coming very soon, the Ethics Commission will be writing to every agency head and bureau to discuss, this is the mandate, and here are ways that we hope that they can work with us to get all employees compliant. And Chris, one last thing is Bill 85, which would grant the commission its independence and autonomy, authored by Senator Joe San Augustine. It received unanimous support by the Guam legislature at their last legislative session. So we're very excited that this bill had the support of the full body, and it included a lot of the provisions that we requested for. We're expecting that the governor will take some action on this bill sometime later today. So by hopefully end of day today, the Guam Ethics Commission will be a fully autonomous and independent body within the government of Guam.
Well, there you go. Jess, thanks for your time. And yeah,
Thanks,
we
Chris.
do look forward to having you on when the forms come out. Maybe we could do a walkthrough of how to do it and find out more about the process.
Great. Sounds good.
See you.
You have a great weekend.
You too, my friend. Jess Kenga, the Guam Ethics Commission Executive Director. 724 on the link. Friday, June 11th. Friday, whoa! Viva Betness!
Viva!
Let's go back to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have from the Office of Homeless and Poverty Prevention, Sarah Thomas Netty Dog. She's the Executive Director. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. How are you all?
We're doing good. Jay, you doing okay?
Very good.
Yep. Oh, that's right. Turn on your mic.
Buenas, everyone. So thank you for having us on, and you guys are always so awesome to keep updated on the progress and what's going on with OHAP, our Office of Homelessness Assistance and Poverty Prevention. We're still at it. We're still moving forward. We've got lots of challenges, of course, but we're moving along. I think the most notable is that we've got some clarity about the second shelter, and we're praying that all goes well and that shelter is opened up in July. It has to do with funding. It has to do with, the federal government has been supportive in providing Guam some funding, but getting through the processes of getting it here on the ground and operational, getting those monies to be, out to where it's supposed to be is a process that doesn't go as quickly as we would all like it to be. We have some staff that have finally been boarded because, as you know, I have been basically the lone staff at OHAP for a couple of months now while we were in the recruitment process. And so we do have a social worker on board, we have an admin person on board, and we have an outreach person, 2 outreach people on board now. So that's helping quite a bit so that we can get out there. And most important to us is, I think I mentioned this the last time we were talking, is that those that are at the global dorms, there's about 150 some folks that are there now. Many of them are children below the age of 10. So it's an opportunity for us to do health screening and behavioral health screening for the families to identify what might be some of their health issues, so we can get them into treatment programs and to supportive services. The goal, of course, is always that they get into permanent housing and that we do everything we can to prevent future homelessness. So it's very intense and oftentimes very complicated, but it's certainly something that we need to do and we are focusing on and have been. But now I think we're gonna get there a little bit more quicker as we get more resources available to OHAP, and of course the operators, the vendors, the nonprofits that are working, Catholic Social Services, and then the who are managing the programs at Global, as well as the vendors that provide the food. They continue to do that, but we're in the stage right now of evaluating the successes and the strengths and the areas that need to be improved in those areas so that we can just step it up and provide expeditious services and make sure that we reach our goal of permanent housing for everyone. And that's the key. And it's a really awesome goal, and one that the governor, lieutenant governor, they're committed to that, and all of us are, and that's what we want to see. But of course, there's always going to be those barriers and the hoops that we have to jump through, which we're getting there. So between the federal government and the local government systems, we're navigating that. I guess that's the best way to explain, what those barriers are. We're navigating through all of those issues so we can get folks into homes as soon as possible. Global is already full, and it's getting an alternative shelter.
Where is that? Sorry, because you said that.
Yeah,
it's,
go ahead.
Where is the new shelter going to be? Do we know yet?
It looks like it's going to be in Tamuning, and we're still waiting for further details because it hasn't been secured. But it's also going to be funded from a different source. It's going to be funded through HUD, it looks like. And so they're doing everything they can and getting with our federal government liaisons to step it up as well so that we can get that money on the ground and get moving. So we're looking at possibly July. And I hope that it doesn't go into August, but prayerfully that will be. So I'll talk to you guys as soon as I get an update. I will alert you and let you know if something happens sooner than July. But we're hoping to get that second one. And then you probably also know that the Department of Interior provided some funding for a permanent shelter. And we're hoping that happens sometime in the next few months before the next fiscal year, where the permanent shelter will be in place. So there are quite a number of agencies, nonprofit and for-profit, that are working together to move things along for the long term. And it looks like something's gonna crack in the next couple of weeks. So, I would just say the key thing is that that folks do everything that they can to stay together, to support their family members, and to reach out for help to Guam Behavioral Health, who stands ready to help anyone that comes to them, as well as the Department of Public Health and Social Services. The mayors have been extremely helpful and on top of it as well, making referrals and also, being supportive. So if you identify a person who is homeless, or you've gotten to the point where you don't want to stay with who you are with currently, I ask you, you can call Guam Behavioral Health. They would really be the best ones, or call Global Dorms, and they'll provide you whatever assistance they can. Unfortunately, there's still a waiting list up there. I think there's like 35 people on the wait list, and that's the number that we're trying to address as soon as possible.
Are you able to say,
So-
Sarah, where in Tamuningen is it? What type of facility are we talking about? Is it going to be like an apartment type setup, similar to Global Dorm?
I think it's pretty similar. I can't tell you
Okay.
exactly because that lease has not yet been secured.
Gotcha.
But I know that they're looking at that one place in Tamuning. In the new fiscal year, or maybe right before that, the DOI funded emergency shelter, which will be a more permanent location, will also be open I would say, and that looks like that's going to be down in Agana. So until we get those leases in place, I don't want to share what the possible places are because they're still being vetted right now. But my understanding is that the second shelter that would be HUD, which is the U.S. Housing and Urban Development, that would be something that would be done. Probably everything will be in place by July. Folks have probably heard that Gora also got some vouchers. And for those that are familiar with this system, the U.S. HUD provides so many housing vouchers to each of the states and territories, which means that those people who are eligible may get a housing voucher, which would allow them to have housing paid for out in the community for an extended period of time, as long as they stay in compliance. So I'll just tell you, Gura's on the ball with that. They've been advocating for that, along with the governor and lieutenant governor. And the good news was they got additional vouchers. And per capita, I think Guam's getting a good share of what is being distributed nationally in terms of what is called HUD vouchers.
Right.
And so that looks like that's all going to be in place in the next couple of weeks as well. As soon as the federal government finalizes finalizes its plans to get those additional vouchers to Guam. So that's really the good news, because the folks that are at Global and who are on the wait list are definitely going to be, evaluated to make sure that they meet the eligibility requirements. And so I'm really praying that this is going to really help relieve the numbers that are at Global, and more importantly, just the people, the families and the singles that are out in the streets right now or do not have permanent housing.
Sarah, I had a
Good news.
message from it's a gentleman that I've actually interviewed him a bunch of times over the years. But he had messaged me here, and he says, I have a question. Since Homeland got more funds to house the homeless and all that, me and some other friends are homeless. We're wondering what assistance are going to be provided, and you talked about that already, the vouchers, for the homeless that were kicked out of the shelter. And also note, while we were still living at the shelter, we didn't get any assistance that we were promised and are still without Social Security, birth certificate IDs, and without any public assistance.
Okay, well, all I can say is at this point, that contract for case management services is under Catholic Social Services. So my suggestion to those that have been at Global or at Global is to go to them and say, I would like to have assistance in applying for this. Now, the big problem that we've also identified, Chris, which is really tough, is that there are people that don't have proper identification so that they can apply for services. That's like a big problem. And it means that they have to have their birth certificate. They have to have all of these documents in order to get, as you've heard referred to as the real ID. You've got to have a real ID. And so that's been an issue that's also been tackled by the Guam Homeless Coalition and working with the Department of Revenue and Taxation to do whatever. So one of the things that is happening is that Revenue and Tax is reserving time specifically for those that are homeless that need the expediting of their documents. I would say to those that are listening out there that do not have a proper ID, to go back to Global and to ask for assistance in getting their ID cards. And the mayors are also helping us with this, Rev and Tax. So we're trying to expedite it because that is one of the biggest barriers, is not having appropriate identification so that they can, start to apply for their services. So that has been an impediment, and we're hoping that that's going to be dealt with. So for those of you that are listening that have this issue, I'd say go back to Global. They are doing the case management. Ask them for assistance in getting whatever it is that you need to move forward. And if you still have a problem with that, ask for the manager and tell them that to please have them call me. You leave your name and any contact number. We don't at OHAP, we do not have a phone there. We don't have a landline there, but you can certainly go to Global or call them and ask them for me to call you, and I will call you, or tell me where you're at and I'll go out and visit with you. So we want to get everyone out of the streets. It's not safe, it's not healthy, and we want permanent housing for all of our people. So we're really working towards that. And I really think in the next couple of weeks, we're going to see some big progress.
All right. Sarah, thanks. We got to run, but definitely appreciate your time. And maybe we'll bring you on in a couple of weeks, or if that second shelter is finalized, just, shoot us a message and we'll get it on the news.
Right. And if something cracks before you call, something gets happens significantly, I will get to you as well, Chris. So you guys stay safe over there, and thanks for always keeping our people, our homeless in mind. I just really appreciate that. KUAM has been awesome. So thank you.
We got that on tape, right, Jay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
That's right.
We'll see you.
All right.
Okay, bye.
See ya.
7:40. We'll take a quick break on the link. Friday. Whoa! What a beautiful Friday. Look outside. Look how beautiful it is.
The traffic seems to be a little light here, too.
It does. It's interesting. It's Gulf payday today.
Ah.
Right.
So Joseph, can you lean over there, see what the line is at the bank?
Well,
it's only 7:40.
There shouldn't be a line yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 7:40. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Cheddar, bacon, and sausage biscuits. I wonder if you had like a cousin who worked at Jack in the Box, if you could get bacon and sausage on your biscuit.
Oh, if you had connects?
Right, yeah. Brim! Thank you, Jack in the Box, for sponsoring the link here, 741. We're going to take a quick break. Also coming up on the show, guys, Police Chief Stephen Ignacio. 8:30, we'll get Mary Rhodes talking tourism. There's a big economic forum coming up, and then she was also talking about something that they're doing in the CNMI where with the use of the American Rescue Plan funds, the CNMI government is actually subsidizing a lot of the private sector tourism reopening operations. So we'll talk to her about that. I'm just trying to get that $500 gift card for us, guys. Okay. Also, GCC, how can you go to community college for free for a year? All right. That's right up there with the vaccine win, bro. It's a big prize. 9:30. Right here on the link. We'll tell you why. Also on Fridays, guys, you know how we do. Sports Link with the hardest working man in media, Dave Delgado. A literal one-man show.
And there's been a lot of big sports stories because, of
Dude,
course, the year's winding down, so you had all the high school championships.
I mean, Dave shows up, he shoots it, he edits it, he brings it out to the people. Really, man, Dave, Double D.
Yep.
That's my guy right there.
Sometimes he's got to cover like 2 events going on at
the same time. Right. I don't know how he does it.
And
I think he's got a clone.
Okay, well, you and Dave worked together for the better part of like a year, right?
Yeah,
and you basically have to make a judgment call. It's like, all right, there's a game going on between Southern and GW at GW. At the same time, across the island, there's a soccer game between St. John's and JFK.
Right.
And at the same time, there's like track and field or paddling or something like that.
That's on scheduling. They need to just schedule all these.
How do you cram everything into one shoot?
Yeah, it's tough. But he gets it done, and we'll show you how with SportsLink, brought to you by Cure, and also some other great sponsors. Marriott, hold on, Jay. Let me get this right here. Good morning. Yeah, it's also brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape. We'll give you more info on that coming up. And we also do Feed Me Fridays, guys.
I can't wait to see this.
I went to lunch with the KUAM News' Isaiah Uggan.
And you guys had a proper...
We had a proper Filipino
cuisine, right?
lunch. Yes, we did, Joe, sir. Yes, we did.
But they also did like a little bit of an infusion thing, too. They like a new twist on old favorites.
Yeah, guys, longanisa fries. Yep, longanisa fries.
Joe Sir's getting the feels.
Like I told the MJ at King's, I said, man, I don't know what you guys are smoking back there in the King's kitchen, but give me 2.
Longanisa and fries. That's
It's like you know when you like the cheese fries.
Yeah.
It's just think that, but with longanisa.
With longanisa, that makes
and they
perfect
also
sense.
they did like it was interesting because they did like a Latin twist because it was a chipotle sauce. Anyway, it's coming up, guys, with Feed Me Fridays. Chris and Isaiah, check out King's PI sampler. Also, we're doing Cover Me. We're going to do a little bit of heavy metal with precious metal.
Yeah. Our buddy Steve Butler over at Porky's. Glad to see that like Steve and his crew are like not only open again, and they have been for a couple months now, but they've stayed open. They're doing things like the right way. They're making their clients happy. And Steve, if you didn't know, has really kept the metal alive all these years, and he is...
Metal never dies, Jay.
Yeah. He's bringing back the hair metal.
Yeah, these guys do, and I don't know if they're doing it now, but what they have done, and you'll see it when we play the video, is they get dressed up in like the leather and the bandanas
and the studs and like the long Steven Tyler, like
they own it.
The sashes,
They own it. You know what I mean?
You do the whole androgynous thing, which is super cool. I mean, have you heard of that group?
The
in
whole
States?
androgynous thing. How do you drop a bomb like that?
No, remember like in the 80s?
You can't tell if they're guys or girls.
No. And it was Sigmund Freud who
Yeah.
actually said that the most masculine thing you can do if you want to check out a chick, the most husky thing you can do is to dress like a woman. That was Freud.
Yeah, androgynous basically means like you're blending like feminine qualities and masculine.
Yeah.
Well, so.
But have you seen that group in the States? They're all over YouTube. Steel Panther. They're like an 80s throwback. All they play is like the hair metal like stuff.
Right, yeah.
But they talking about own it. I mean, I don't think they ever stopped.
Yeah. It's good stuff, man. The music's good, bro. It's just that at the time, the hairspray and the leather and all that stuff. Like, if you just close your eyes and don't look at the video, for me anyway, it holds up.
And what's even cool...
When you start looking at the video, you're like, damn, bro, what were we thinking? Huh?
No, man, those are...
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, it's good that we don't agree on this.
No, you got the lace. It wasn't just Madonna that was wearing like that lace
super
glove.
tight leather pants, Jay. Have you ever wore leather pants?
Aquanet your hair like 3 feet in the air.
You know how sweaty your junk gets in leather pants, bro? Yeah, and it was just funny with the 80s, the different like front men for all these like 80s hair metal.
Those guys got all the girls,
right?
And they were like, okay, the most. I swear.
There was Axl Rose, Sebastian Bach,
the
guy from
Vince
Warrant.
Neil.
What's the guy from Warrant?
Janie Lane.
The
late Janie Lane.
Right.
Vince Neil from Motley Crue. But the most, I swear.
Kip Winger.
Yeah, Kip Winger is that? He's actually a classically trained musician. He went to a conservatory. Yeah, but Eric, the bassist from Cinderella.
See, now we're going
I did not think
way
that was a
too
dude.
deep, yeah.
Okay, but when Steve is going to play for Cover Me and everything, he's actually bringing back my favorite subgenre of 80s metal. He's going to do a power ballad for you guys, a classic.
From Warrant.
He's doing Heaven.
Yep.
And we were talking about this before the show. Okay, how many songs?
There's a lot of songs.
With the word heaven in them or just like him?
There's a lot.
But you guys are going to rock out to this one. And this one is going to make you feel good because they do a really good take of
and we're also doing the One Micronesia podcast sneak peek with Victorious Falon. Yep, we go big on Friday, and it's all coming up right here on the link. Good morning.
Well, an increasing amount of people are getting away again. In Venice, Italy this weekend, the first cruise ship left port in over a year. Even Maui is aloha again. Visitors will no longer be tested for COVID. And CBS's Lucy Kraft reports Guam is welcoming Americans back with vaccine vacations.
The U.S. territory of Guam is a sleepy, compact island about 3,000 miles west of Hawaii. Its main attraction, beaches, palm trees, and sunsets. For more than a year, Guam's Instagram-perfect aquamarine waters have been nearly deserted, imperiling livelihoods for a third of its workforce. But in recent months, officials noticed a steady stream of Americans living in Asian countries with slow vaccine rollouts flying in to get their shots. Americans like us. No sun and sand on this trip. I've just finished a week in quarantine to be able to come here to the University of Guam Fieldhouse for my coronavirus shot. Lou Leon Guerrero is a registered nurse. She also happens to be the governor of Guam.
I kept up my license. I figured, if they fire me, I'll still have a job.
With most of her constituents inoculated, Governor Leon Guerrero said Guam is launching vaccine tourism packages for U.S. expatriates.
The win-win is really all over the place. We can vaccinate the U.S. expats, and in the meantime, they're having a nice time in Guam. They're enjoying the hospitality. We are benefiting from their economic input as a result of that.
Pre-pandemic, Guam drew nearly 2 million visitors, mostly from Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. It aims to extend vaccine vacations to Asian travelers. Immunizing Americans is one thing, but wooing foreign tourists with vaccines, health experts like Binghamton University's Nicole Hassoun say, is an ethical gray zone.
There's people who really, really need that vaccine who aren't getting it, and that's where the vaccine should go. It shouldn't be prioritizing people just because they're wealthy enough to come to the United States.
But, spurred by similar schemes across the U.S., Guam is banking on vaccine tourism to help refill its beaches this summer and provide a shot in the arm to its flatlining tourist industry. Lucy Kraft, CBS News, Hagåtña, Guam.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall,
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Sleeping all night, waiting to find a reason for today. It is so hot, I cannot lie. Let's drink tonight. One beer, maybe more. Mixed drinks out on the floor. Beer jam to going crazy. One last drink before I go. So breathe every day.
Anyone else out there having trouble getting on the DOA website? It's doa.guam.gov, right? Right. Check this out, Jay. When I enter it, it actually goes to DOL. Yeah.
Maybe they're doing a redirect.
Jay's on it. He's gonna hack. Can you just hack us into there, Jay?
I'm not gonna hack into any system.
Because Sarah was talking about they're hiring at the Office of Homeless and Poverty Prevention, and it just reminded me I haven't checked on the hiring in a while. So what they do at DOA is they post all of the hiring documents, right? I gotta check on that because remember back in the height of the pandemic when you guys weren't working.
DOA.guam.gov, right?
Yeah.
No, I got it.
When you guys weren't working and people at Adelup were getting $10,000 raises. Oh, that hurts, man. Ooh, that Joe, that hurts. Imagine that, dude. Ow, right in the gut. I mean, $1,000 raise, that's cool, right? $2,000, okay, good job. You're working hard. But $10,000,
Oh.
Go ahead, Jay.
Sorry, real quick update for you guys who are asking about Sabrina. Yeah, she's got some family business to take care of for today. She misses you guys. Thank you, she says, for your outpouring of well wishes and support and prayers and good thoughts. And she just messaged me privately. She just got a new laptop.
Oh, look out. Look out. If you guys don't know, fans of the link, Sabrina's current laptop doubles as a punching bag.
Oh boy!
Because it'll blink out and then she has to hit it to make
it's quite an old piece of hardware, I must
right,
say.
yeah.
Like
she definitely got every last mile.
Put it this way: Sabrina's previous her user, the previous user account on that was Moses.
Well, Jay got jokes here. 754.
Okay, people are asking too. Can we please see that "Cover Me" song? And now that you've got us all jonesing for Warren,
we're gonna play it at 8 on KUAM TV. But let's just go on our Facebook Live here real quick, guys, and say good morning to you. Good morning to Bev Test Jay Solis, of course, from Chalampago. Rosemary LaGuatnia, good morning. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis on this $500 stipend card we've been talking about that GVB is. Well, because they're doing it in Saipan, GVB was kind of like, oh, that sounds good for tourists here. We've been saying, hey, give it to the locals too. And Mama Bear Debbie Davis says, y'all should get it, not the tourists. I just say everybody gets it.
Wait, so is it good throughout only with a certain network of
Oh, wait, time out,
vendors?
Jay. And then it says here, Vince comments, and thank you for putting that out there, Chris, about the $500 gift card for tourists to eat at restaurants. You're right. We held up the economy, not the tourists. Chris Cave checking in. Good morning. Mama Bear agrees, says, I'm not a local, but totally agree with you. Way to go. Tony writes, and remember the numbers were record-breaking for GVB tourism back in 2019. That's right, right? And that was
Good
one
point,
of those.
good point.
It was kind of one of those things where you would think that we would just keep breaking the record, right? Because tourism, it's like it was just on the rise. But then COVID happened.
And we also opened up new markets, and I mean, I remember when I was living in Tuman, and you started seeing Russian visitors walk around. Because remember, Chris, when we were kids and everything like that, it was all Japanese primarily, and then you started to see the Korean market.
And then there was a little Russian.
Yeah,
and then Taiwan. I started seeing Taiwan.
Yeah.
Vince comments in, our senators and elected leaders should wake up and stop trying to please the tourists for now and attend to the folks who can make your career a short one. Threats. Go Sardenso writes, good morning, Guam. Good morning.
Okay, so here's a topic for all of you guys. If you got, and this is my question. Okay, first of all, my question for you, Chris, is, so if you had it your way, right? You're the governor now. You sign off on this, right?
I like this.
You have the red pen. You get the funding to say we're giving $500 gift vouchers to every adult on Guam, 18 and older, right?
Yep.
Are you using only a specific network of known retailers and food vendors and stuff like that, or are you basically saying anywhere on Guam and whoever supports it, it'll work? So you can.
I think the idea was the restaurants.
Oh,
right?
just food.
Well, that
places.
was what I think that's what they did in Hawaii.
Okay.
But I mean, if you want to give people just $500 to spend anywhere and just give them another
Yeah.
stimulus or pay the Rise Act, oh, there's an idea.
So now my question to you, Link fam, if you got $500 to spend anywhere on Guam,
Yep.
and it only had to be with restaurants, I guess. So that's a stipulation.
And you can't use it to pay your bills.
Yeah, you get $500 to spend at restaurants. How would you guys spend it? How would you
Go to the most expensive restaurant I'd never be able to afford and bring a lot of people.
You could either buy $500 French fries, or you could buy $500. You could buy
Truffle,
one $500
truffle oil French fries.
Yeah.
Hey, Elizabeth Agagi comments in Hafaloa. Good morning, KUAM Guam from Eva Beach, Hawaii. I'm sorry I'm late. I had a WebEx meeting.
Oh.
Rosemary on our interview with Sarah writes, has homeless cases increased in the past 2 or 3 months? What are the numbers and where are they now? That's a good question.
I also saw there's Surprise, Arizona checking in.
Right.
Georgia is saying half a day.
Tomas Farron, good morning. Tomas, long time. Marcy Flores, hi, Chris and the team. I don't understand why the locations targeted in prime locations such as Agatnia and Tamuning doesn't GovGuam have properties such as lands used for the Chamorro Land Trust available to build a homeless shelter on? You're right. That's a good idea. Long-term solutions instead of stopgap measures. But I think the problem is that we've ignored homelessness on this island for far too long.
I also wonder.
And now
if
we're just playing catch up.
I also wonder if it's because Agatnia and Hagatnia and
They're
Tamuning-
closer to everything.
Yeah, I mean, they're closer to medical facilities, closer to like.
I mean, what do you want to do? Stick the homeless in pneumatic and forget about them?
And also, Hagatnia and Tamuning have like large homeless populations already, so
Right.
being able to connect and reach out to those people who have those problems is a little bit easier.
Right on. Hey, it's 7:59. The show again brought to you by Pacific Points, Cowboy Enterprises, Jack in the Box, and IT&E. We're going to take a quick break, and we are coming back on KUAM TV next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Learn more about our region on the One Micronesia update every Friday on KUAM.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information
What are the
you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam. Right on. Friday, whoa, business. Hey, good morning. It's 8 o'clock. Good morning, KUAM TV.
The sky is blue. The clouds are white. The grass is, for the most part, green.
They printed a bunch of stimulus checks.
Yeah.
Guys, so get ready. Check your mail next week, everybody. But not if you're staying in Dedito and Jigo, because those post offices are still closed down. We'll talk about that a little bit coming up here. As I did a story with, well, of course, KUAM. And basically, people in Dedito and Jigo are still having to check their mail at GMF in Barragata, right? And we're not, I mean, Dedito and Jigo, guys, they're our island's 2 most populated villages, right? We're not talking about, a small, but we're talking about the 2 most populated villages. And so everybody who gets their mail at those Dedito and Jigo post offices, which are subcontracted from the USPS to like a private contractor, they've had to go to Barragata and check their mail. And guess what? There's no senior citizen line. Things are just really backed up. And there's also been some issues with people getting their mail. Like, my son, we'll take it personal here. My son's passport, right? Got the passport and was waiting for it to come in, and then in checking on it, it was mailed out ever since April, but the Nana never got it, and so it ended up, it was just there in GMF Barragata, like lying around someplace. So guys, if you have been missing mail or, struggling with mail being late, just know that, at least in my instance, there was a case where they just had this mail lying around somewhere, not in the box, right? Where it's supposed to be. So yeah, it's real. It's causing a lot of confusion. People are frustrated that they've got to line up for mail. And then also, when I reached out to the USPS guy yesterday, because the local post office and GMF Barragata postmaster, Tammy, I talked to her like a couple months ago when this happened, and she was like, yeah, this is out of my hands. I can't comment on it. So don't even bother calling her, because it's just kind of a separate issue, right?
And she's always very positive and very open.
Totally.
So when you said she's like, hey, I can't say anything, I was like, wow, this is serious.
It's not even that she can't say anything. It's like she's not in the loop, because it's a whole like federal off-island. Like the contract is awarded off-island.
Yeah, she's always been very accessible throughout the pandemic about what.
Totally. I mean, she even told, because I called her about this whole passport thing, and she was like, yeah, if anything ever happens, call. But of course, I'm thinking about all those people who can't call anybody and they're just waiting in line. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, if you have a relative working at GMF Barragata, maybe you should call them and have them check around for any mail that you're missing. I mean, God forbid your stimulus is lost in the shuffle, right? So anyway, when I talked to this United States Postal Service guy, his name's Duke Gonzalez, he basically, before they were kind of calling it an audit, and now he's saying that it's an investigation and he can't comment on it. And he was telling me I got to go reach out to this U.S. Postal Inspection Service guy. And these are basically like the FBI of the Postal Service. They carry gun, you know what I mean? They're like the cops, right? And so they're responsible for making sure that contract postal units, and even regular ones, are not using the mail system illegally or in a dangerous way. So that kind of clued me into thinking, I mean, a lot of times when you get information, it's not always the information you're getting. Sometimes it's the information you're not getting. And right, so now that we're having to reach out to the USPIS, which are basically like the cops of the Postal Service, that kind of tells me that there was some stuff going on in Dedito and Jigo that has caught the eye of law enforcement, whether it be, and I don't know if federal authorities other than the USPIS are looking at this, but to me, that kind of says a lot, right? As for these, and it's huge, dude, for these two post offices that serve our two most populated villages to be shut down since April, sir? Since April. I mean, how many people are affected by this? And then come to find out that now it's like we got to talk to the FBI of the mail service, right? So to me, that means there was some funny business going on at those post offices. I don't know who held the contract, but I just want to clue you guys in, because I know you're frustrated and having to go to GMF Barragata and wait in the long line there in Barragata to get your mail. So a little update for you. At 8:05, coming up, Chief of Police Steve Ignacio, Mary Rhodes of GHRA talking tourism, and they're also doing a big economic forum coming up. And again, GCC for free for a year. Sounds good to me. We'll tell you how. Coming up on the link. It's Friday, June 11th. Let's go ahead and do the news now with our in-depth newscast from the KUAM News team, Jason Solis. Good morning, Jason.
All right, good morning and Hafa everybody. 6 new cases of COVID-19 were noted last night out of 395 tests performed on Wednesday. 5 of your fellow Guamanians are in the hospital right now, with 1 of those people in the intensive care unit. Please send your prayers up for that person. The CAR score is now 0.5, down from 0.7 the other day. As for vaccinations, a total of 85,519 individuals on Guam have been fully immunized against the virus. Well, let's take you back to the newsroom now, where Nestor Lecanto is standing by, and he has everything else that's happening on the island this morning with your news link update.
Hafa and good morning, everyone. I'm Nestor Lecanto with your headlines here on the link. More information revealed about accused murderer Nicholas Moore, who was picked up in Florida earlier this week. KUAM spoke with his attorney, Mike Phillips, who argues his client isn't a fugitive, as law enforcement knew where he was for months.
From missing to murdered, a fugitive to captured, Nicholas Moore was nabbed by federal and local authorities in Florida this week and will be extradited back to Guam, where he will face charges for the murder of Michael Castro.
It's more than an implication now. It's an actual case where they say he's fleeing prosecution. That's just absolutely not true.
According to Moore's attorney Mike Phillips, law enforcement should have known where his client was. According to published court documents, Moore was interviewed in November 2020 by GPD, and he then traveled stateside to attend a drug rehab program in California and was scheduled to return on island within 30 days following the completion of his treatment. He didn't, however, and was in Florida, where he was actually arrested back in February for a misdemeanor criminal offense, and as we reported, was again arrested by federal authorities earlier this week as part of a coordinated effort with local authorities. According to Attorney Phillips, he was well aware of where his client was all along, and all the government had to do was ask.
I haven't yet. The attorneys involved, although they are aware that I was retained and I was always available, but I haven't spoken to them at all about this situation. I'm hoping they'll see that, they were taking the precautions, but it's just not one of those cases where he was trying to flee. At least the information available to me, and he's keeping in contact, and the same goes for his parents. And he was where I was told he was, and he was with his mom. So I just don't see that. It never crossed my mind that he would be trying to flee.
On May 28th, a federal complaint came down on Nicholas Wayne Moore, charging him with unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. And the second, the deadly shooting of Michael Castro, who was missing for 8 months. Castro is believed to have been shot multiple times with a pistol while inside his car on October 30th. The pistol was confiscated at Moore's residence and matched Castro's DNA. His body is suspected to have been disposed in the ocean by way of Moore's father's boat. Moore's father is Leroy Moore, owner of Unitech Environmental Guam. As for the Agana Heights shooting, the victim was brought to the Naval Hospital main gate with a gunshot wound on October 15th. He told detectives that he was playing basketball at the village court by himself when he was approached by a man who fired a single gunshot at him, then fled the scene in a big black Ford truck. Despite making numerous requests for any information regarding his client, Phillips says he has continued to reach out to the Office of the Attorney General. He adds the Moore family has been cooperative with the government since the beginning. KUAM asked Attorney Phillips if he believes there are any other co-actors involved in these cases.
I personally think it would be very hard for one person to carry out all of that. Just the nature of the incidents, the interaction, and what's left. I think that historically it would have meant that there's more than one person involved. Yes.
This case is ongoing. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
A probe into 2 privately contracted post offices continues, but according to a spokesman for the U.S. Postal Service, Jigo and Dededo mail service may return soon. USPS spokesman Duke Gonzalez said, quote, "We apologize to our customers who have been inconvenienced by the continuing closures of the Jigo and Dededo contract postal unit facilities. We want to reassure those customers that we are working on reopening both of those facilities as soon as possible. At the moment, we are reviewing applications from prospective suppliers and working through logistic and operational matters. The northern units had been closed for an audit, but Gonzalez now says they are under investigation. Until they are reopened, Dededo and Jigo P.O. Box customers will be served over the counter at the Barragata main facility, which will be open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. The 2 postal units have been closed since the second week of April. Expect an announcement in the next few days from the governor to accept AstraZeneca as a valid vaccine for arriving Korean passengers. That's according to GVB President Carl Gutierrez during a board meeting Thursday. GVB has been meeting with Korean carrier Jeju Air to start flying in vaccinated tourists. This after the Korean government lifted the quarantine requirement for returning residents with shots.
The governor has indicated that she will allow non-U.S. citizens to come in, provided that she gets the supply. And now that Biden has been supplying Taiwan 750,000 pieces of the start, that the concept is there. They want us to help the allies. And so the governor, I believe, in the next few days should be able to get the word back whether she got approved for her request for more vaccines to take care of the non-U.S. citizens.
GVB has also been working on a marketing program for American citizens to come to Guam to be vaccinated. They're also waiting on approval from public health on that. Separately, the GVB board also authorized management to negotiate new 4-year marketing contracts for the Korean and Taiwan markets. After waiting for nearly 2 weeks for a signature from the Utah Office of Veterans Affairs, modernizing records at the Guam Veterans Affairs Office is now becoming a reality. After clarifying the verbiage in the agreement, VA Director Tim Uggan said that the Utah office signed the contract Wednesday morning. As we reported, the Utah office volunteered to help digitize the local Veterans Information System. Uggan shares what this means for the VA office.
Since this office has opened many years ago, that this will help us get out of the Stone Age in regards to manual documentation, records keeping, records management, case management. It's going to also allow us to digitalize all of our records to include the Veterans Registry. And it will also allow us to communicate with the Department of Motor Vehicles at the Department of Revenue and Tax and Public Health Vital Records.
Currently, the agency manages more than 28,000 records of active veterans on Guam. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime. On Guam. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
All right, Tyler Mathanani's got this next story as the Department of Labor was given $1 billion for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. As you know, one man in particular wanted in on the action, but the only problem, his documents appeared to be suspicious. Here's Tyler with that story.
Opening arguments were underway in local court for George Chambers Jr. Chambers is accused of committing pandemic unemployment assistance, or PUA fraud, for allegedly submitting falsified records to receive PUA benefits during the COVID-19 pandemic. He brought attention to his case to the Department of Labor back in June of 2020 after not receiving any payment for his PUA filing. Upon inspection, DOL discovered deficiencies in Chambers' documents, specifically his business license claiming he owned a janitorial business. DOL's Christy Nedadog is assigned to adjudications for PUA.
At first, it looked normal. After going over it a few times, I thought something was wrong.
Nedadog noted that certain fonts on the business license didn't match, and the signature at the bottom wasn't even the current director of Rev and Tax.
And who is the current director of Revenue and Tax?
Daphne Shimzu.
And at the bottom of the document that was submitted, what did you see?
John P. Camacho.
DOL requested further proof of employment, but the two documents that Chambers submitted also didn't add up.
Because I couldn't make out what was written on it, I did call the phone number on this.
Okay. And
to speak with a property manager.
The caller confirmed that Chambers was not employed with them. Additionally, Chambers' name wasn't even on the document. As for the second document,
in a receipt book, there's usually 3 copies. The top part usually goes to the customer. So I was wondering why I was receiving it, because you can tell that it's pen ink.
As opposed to
from the copy we sent.
What would you have expected, I guess, is
the last copy.
What would that look like?
Usually yellow or pink. It would look like a carbon copy.
Trial resumes Monday at 9:30 a.m. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matsanani.
In other news this morning, a QR code is being developed to be used as a second form of verification for the vaccine, Dr. Hoan Wen, representing American Medical Center, said on Wednesday. The physician said that there will be no need for residents to request a second form of verification from public health when you have CDC's verification card and the QR code on your mobile device.
A QR code is being developed to be used as a second form of verification for the COVID-19 vaccine, Dr. Hoa Wen, representing American Medical Center, said on the link Wednesday. Wen said that there will be no need for residents to request for a second form of verification from public health when you have the CDC verification card and the QR code on your mobile device. All you have to do is submit an application, picture ID with a selfie to verify it's you, and your CDC card. Then it will lead you to a federal website. After the application is completed and verified, about 48 to 72 hours, your QR code with your picture will be sent to your SMS or WhatsApp.
The bottom line, we try to make it convenient for the people of Guam and also people off island. It's not just Guam, because the QR code, what the process does is it's not an app, it's a web-based. So wherever you go, it's on your phone. So you never lose it unless you lose your phone. And wherever you go, and someone can take the camera, scan the QR code, just like you go in the restaurant, and it will put you up to a page where it's verified that you have your vaccination already. You can either tell you have the first dose, second dose, or if you have J&J, it will be completed, and they'll tell you where you get the vaccination from.
In addition to the QR code being your second form of verification, it will also remind you a month prior to your COVID vaccine expiration date to schedule an appointment to get your booster shot. The doctor added that the Department of Public Health and Social Services should recognize the code because it is coming from a federal website. The target date is estimated for next week, Tuesday, June 15th or Wednesday, June 16th. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
And finally this morning, we're going to celebrate our island's indigenous language with Uncle King Conception, who has your Chamorro News Update, sponsored by the good folks at First Hawaiian Bank.
Buenos updates to get sunto gifinut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Desde pago makantinino as investigasyon gidos na second post office no kontrata na inakonforma. Rosigona United States Postal Service isang sungjigo tan dedido sa siya matutati sa bisyon meaw gitiwa man na tempo. Ilang spokesman para USPS si Duke Gonzalez na gagago dispensasyon ni customer niya ni manina tatsaga ni mausom niya i post office gita dedido tan jigo na contract postal unit na facility dot. Malago na sigurao adyo siya na customer na mapatutsui pero manatsadik mababa din nuevo. Ilingan na para pago maata ng prekasyon siya na siya maninteresaw para matsaugit ang mapatutsui lokwi itaymano gi logistics ni operational na manera. Este dos na post office gisan lago ni isla sa man mahutsam para fan ma-audit. Sa pago ilang Gonzales naman maimbestiga hasta ki man mababatalo isa dedido zan ziko na kahon post office sa sinya marisibi mail niya gisa barrigada na main facility no san piyo mababa disti alas 6 gayagan hasta alas 10 gipupoingi 6 dias gisimana. Mahutsam di dos na post office disti segundon semana na breed. Gimasa sunto nanangga anunsyo gini gobyerno na para ma-accepta na si AstraZeneca na amod bakuna sa naong preba para siya na pasahero ni man mafatugin ng Korea. Este na informasyon sa sigoni sinangan niya i-presidente ni Guam Visitors Bureau, Carl Guterres, gimiting ni board ginigap. Manaali GVB sa ni Jeju Air na kumpanyan bakunairi para matutun manafan matumagiguahan i tourist Korea ni esta man mabakuna ni amod COVID-19. Este después sa gobernamentong Korea gita Seoul manasuha di siya rektong kinarentina para di siya mamabibirya sa tatigitano niya na ufan madulok. Man matututulog kay GVB gi marketing program para sa Ciudadano Amerika siya na ufan matumagiguahan para ufan mabakuna. Mananangaloki na para ma-preba adso ni Departamento de Salud Publico sa Serbisyon Sosyal. Gyotumas gini na artikulo GVB na board sa autorisa imuman ni hay ahensya no man negosyo nuevo na kontrata siya para marketing para Korean sa ni Taiwan na market. Mentas enaw, ano kinitisan numerong pasahero siya i Guam International Airport. Komento si John Kinata, Executive Manager para Airport, gi daling na programa gi KUAM. Sa ilig na diste na maribaya sa reglamento ni Konorentina gi imansu, maripara na mas magay siya na pasahero guihi. Manananggalok ko mas sunggun na si Airbnb na programa hatutuhun bi masaben si American expats profan matumagiguahan profan mabakuna. Ilang sa kinata na inanauta mo na niyananangga sa di biometrics. Nuaago yung sistema di man nasa setbi pago. At na sistema sa nasabi di recognition faso pat face recognition na technology. Pero diskwenta di nafana na contact. Yuto mo anay Canada semana ni manangga finit magin ni Utah Office of Veterans Affairs no para advansa sa para na masa delanto imenanayan record siya gi Guam Veterans Office esta sinapago matutuhon na zona inano para zona ahensya. Después sa maklarifika itinigi igwihi na inakonforma ilang ay direktor ni Guam VA si Tim Angkon na mafit may kontrata gi agan Merkulis. No rinupori KUM bumuntari Utah na oficina para maajuda guahan gi sisteman para ma-digitize informasyon ni veterano Gwini. 28,263 na record veterano siya mamanenya ni Guam Veterans Affairs na oficina. Para Guam News Network, Guahusi Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
All right, First Hawaiian Bank, thank you so much. Coming up, Sports Link, which is brought to you by Cure and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape. All that on the way, plus Feed Me Fridays with King's Restaurant. Right now, though, let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room, where Chief of Police Stephen Ignacio is standing by. Good morning, Chief.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Morning, Jason.
Thanks for jumping on. I guess we'll just start with the Nicholas Moore, Michael Castro case. Is there any new developments that you can share with us this morning, Chief, since the press conference?
No, sir, not at this time. As we stated in the press conference, we're waiting for the extradition of Nicholas Moore back to Guam.
Are you anticipating him arriving maybe like over the weekend or early next week?
We don't know. That's he's in the custody of the U.S. Marshals until such time he arrives in Guam. So, what they do with him is unknown to us until we get notification that he's here.
All right. I guess I just wanted to go to the Virginia LaGuardia murder, Chief. And, we've had a few guests on the show, and just hearing anecdotally from abuse victims about, when they call GPD and they're just concerned about the response time, many of them feeling like there's a system failure. Can we get your comment on that, Chief? And, with the domestic assault response team, we had Beauty Camacho on, she was the ex-girlfriend of this suspect, Richard Bass, and she was talking about a need to beef up the DART unit, right? I guess just your comment on GPD responding to domestic incidents, and do we need to augment the DART, which is the domestic assault response team?
Sure, Chris. I had a I had a meeting with the Criminal Investigation Division and the DART unit, which falls under CID. And what I asked them to do is I asked them to look into the cases involving the latest victim is Virginia LaGuardia. And then I also asked them, because I was aware that another victim of this suspect had come forward. And so I asked them to look at all of those cases as well. And then I'm also looking at the process and procedures on how we deal with the domestic violence victims from the time they present themselves to the patrol officer or to the investigators at DART unit, through the interactions that they have with the victim advocates, and all the way up until the time that we find a resolution to the case, whether we make an arrest or we refer the case for a prosecution. But I'm still working with my DART unit, so give me some time, please, to wrap that up so that I can have a better understanding before I make any statements about what's going on. Can the DART unit use more officers? Absolutely. The Guam Police Department in general, as a whole, can use more officers. Chris, just yesterday I had a post-commission meeting, and I had 2 more officers this week that quit. One is retiring; he's on terminal leave until September, and one more just resigned. And he's given us 2 weeks notice. So, I'm trying to get my recruits out, but that there's a process to that. I can't just hire them and throw them out in the field without any training. And so it's sometimes you feel like you're fighting a losing battle, but you just keep fighting. You can never give up, because this is the police department and we have to serve our community. So we continue to recruit. Glad to report that this week we started additional interviews. Like I reported, the last listing I had was 25, only 7 made it, and I need 15. So I had to get a new list from DOA. We're going through that list right now. We're conducting interviews all of this week. So, it's not like we're not trying, but, we're also losing officers. And there's not much I can do, if they want to resign, or, if it's time for them to retire, then it's time for them to retire.
So, Chief, you're basically saying that you have already begun an assessment of DART and the responses to domestic violence incidents.
Yes, absolutely. And, let me just also put it out there that the domestic assault response team, the DART unit, is not only responsible for domestic violence cases, they also oversee family violence cases. but more importantly, also the criminal sexual conduct cases. And as we know, there, we lead the nation in domestic violence. Sexual assault cases, for certain types of age victims. So, there's a lot going on over there, and they only have 2 investigators. And yes, they can use more. I only have 2 victim advocates. Chris, I was thinking about this when I used to run the DART unit. So prior to the DART unit being called what it is now, I used to oversee Auxiliary Services Division, and that's where the victim advocates fell under. And at that time, I had at least 4 victim advocates and 1 admin assistant. There's only 2 victim advocates now. I had a domestic assault team strictly to handle domestic assaults. But because of our shortage, the unit was moved to Criminal Investigation Division. They absorbed more responsibilities, and we're just short all the way around, and we try and respond to all the cases that we can.
Man, Chief, having been in the domestic assault response team in its previous iteration, and then also having been with Highway, and I know you also spent a lot of time with CID. Just looking at the news the last this year, Chief, we're seeing drug arrests, multiple murders, high-speed chases that are resulting in officers opening fire. Crime is on the rise. Chief, would you agree with that statement?
I think we have more awareness, Chris. I haven't, since I last reported, that crime was down 15%. I haven't really looked at the numbers since then. But I think, Chris, we have more awareness because we have more platforms for us to see. There's all types of social media platforms: WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, whatever's out there, TikTok. So we have more awareness of what's going on around us. So as we see all these, there's the neighborhood watch groups, right? I have so much awareness of what's going on in the neighborhoods because I see it. Machiachi, Baragata has 2 that I'm involved with, Anigua, but it's great, because it brings me, the awareness that I need so that I can send whatever they send to me. The mayors have direct contact with me. Whatever they send to me, whatever time of day, I forward that to the appropriate command so that they can go look into it. Everything from abandoned vehicles to suspicious cars, suspicious persons. And, it just increases our awareness as a community when we have all these different media platforms that we can, share information.
Chief, I wanted to switch gears a little bit to the Jerry Kitchen incident. I remember when you were down in the legislature, you had mentioned that you were reopening the case due to community concerns, and so obviously with the developments that came out in that case, things weren't exactly what they appeared to be at the onset. And I know you launched an administrative investigation. We've had the public safety acting chair, Senator Frank Blas Jr., on this show, and he had said that things weren't adding up. And having spent a lot of your time in Highway 2, pretty sure the public thinks that this is one big cover-up, because when reading the Maggies, right, you're seeing a tremendous amount of alcohol consumed, yet no sobriety tests. So I guess, Chief, how can you tell the public that it wasn't a cover-up? And if you could give us an update on the status of the administrative investigation?
Yes, so the administrative investigations are still ongoing. And as far as the public, Chris, I said that we would open up an investigation, and if we uncovered anything that we felt that needed to move along further, we would. And that's exactly what played out, Chris. I sent the Highway Patrol guys. We went and we uncovered evidence that led to this DUI complaint being filed. And so, we're not here. We're not covering up anything. We're being forthright with the public. I said I looked into it. I didn't see anything in the beginning, but as time developed and time went on, we found what the evidence that we needed to determine that there was a alleged drunk driver behind the wheel.
You're right, Chief. You did say that and that is that accurate timeline. Is first you said, "Oh, there was nothing to see here," and then as it began to kind of inch along, I mean, you threw the covers off the whole thing. But in the event that there's any disciplinary action for the officer who was on the scene of that accident, would the public find out about that, or is that going to be personnel action? And
Those are personnel matters. The only time the public would possibly become aware is if we administer adverse action and the employee decides to appeal it to the Civil Service Commission.
Oh, Chief, man, I got a tip last night. I don't mean to blindside you, but there was June 5th, Janela Carrera was able to confirm that I think GPD officers and public health responded to the Dedido cockfighting dome, and a citation was issued because they were violating the gathering, social gathering requirement, over 100 people, no social distancing, all that stuff. Can you do you have any information on that, first of all?
The only thing I'm aware of is that I did get a call and we were asked to support public health. Yeah, so I'm not tracking that the Guam Police Department issued a citation. It may have been public health. Right. We were there just to assist them because of the large crowd that was involved.
Chief, I remember when this whole cockfighting thing came out that I think Governor Liu had said that enforcing the federal cockfighting ban would be like the lowest priority for the Guam Police Department. Is that still the case?
Absolutely. You know, and I did reach out to our federal partners to kind of see who was going to be enforcing this cockfighting ban, and actually they said that this falls under, I believe, USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, but their law enforcement or investigative arm is out of Hawaii. They don't have a local presence. So it's one of those things that we're not sure who to refer these cases to if we decide to take a report of illegal cockfighting. Right. It's kind of like the issue. I just had a meeting the other day with another federal partner, and we're kind of discussing the drone issues because we don't have, I don't know in the Guam Police Department who do we refer these possible drone violations to, right? Because I don't know of FAA having a local or Guam law enforcement presence. They have an FAA office, but I don't know that they have an investigative arm here.
Wow, yeah, you're right. So people who operate drones, they're supposed to be, are they all supposed to be licensed through FAA, Chief, or is it only if you have a certain size or?
You know what? My basic understanding, Chris, is that they're supposed to be registered and licensed with the FAA. Glad to report that come August, the Guam Police Department will have more information because we're going to have a drone awareness training with FAA, U.S. Attorney, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, so that we understand as local law enforcement what the federal laws are. Locally, you know, I'd have to dig it up, but I remember there was a law, there was a bill that was introduced. I'm not sure if it became law, but I believe the bill was introduced to restrict drones in certain areas. I believe like the Guam legislature, Adelup, Government House. I'm not sure if the courthouses were covered in that bill. I don't remember if the bill became law. Right. I remember testifying at the legislature on this bill.
Right. Chief, just to go back to the cockfighting thing, so just to clarify, GPD was called to assist not because it was a cockfight, but because there were violations of the COVID-19 rules and regs put down by the governor.
Yes. So it was a social gathering and social gathering limits that were being enforced, possibly even the mask wearing. Those are the things that public health looks at when we accompany them out to these calls.
Was that the first time you guys have responded to like a cockfighting incident?
I think it may have been the second or third time. I know we received information, especially during the height of the lockdown, PCOR 2 and PCOR 1. We did receive a couple of calls that I remember we responded to the cockfight. And by the time we got there, either they dispersed or, you know, they were within guidelines. At least the public health guidelines for mask wearing and social distancing.
Right, yeah, so again, it's not necessarily the cockfighting, it's that you're not doing the social distancing.
Right. Yeah, and the number of people,
Right.
the crowd.
Yeah. And so, I mean, Chief, maybe this is more of a public health question, but does the Dome or any like group that wants to have a cockfight, they basically would have to do like any other kind of gathering and submit their COVID-19 plan and protocol?
Understanding how things work, I would believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Chief, going back to the drones, like what is the concern that GPD has with these drones?
So some of the concerns, of course, is where they're flying, the danger that they pose to the community, and taking it, Chris, a step further, the criminal acts that they may be being committed, right? Because some of these drones have very sophisticated cameras and are very far-reaching, right? So they can be used for very bad reasons, to say the least. And so, those are the things that we're trying to understand as the Guam Police Department, because there was a time where there was a heightened interest in drones. My son had me buying one for him, and we used it for all of 3 months, and now it's a $100
It's right there with the fidget spinner.
Which one? The 20 that I have?
Yeah. The trends. So, Chief, I know that when you talk about the possible criminal activity, are you kind of referencing what happened over at DOC a few years back where someone had tried to use a drone to fly in contraband?
That's the kind of stuff, that drones are used for. I mean, I believe there was a company recently that is trying to start up, or there's a startup company going around. I believe they're trying to do drone delivery. I think we've seen all the commercials. Amazon's trying to do drone delivery. I think they're kind of like the electric vehicle. They're the technology of the near future.
Chief, is there any update you have on that whole online gambling thing?
No, sir. Still waiting for a Secret Service.
What about DUI checkpoints and enforcement?
I know we've been doing a lot of speed enforcement. We have gone out and done I believe a couple weeks ago we did a DUI enforcement, but it was kind of hindered because I think it was raining that night. We're definitely not at the point yet because of the PCOR restrictions to do DUI checkpoints.
So what is it in the PCOR restrictions that prevents you guys from doing a DUI checkpoint?
You see how we stand, right? With the proximity to the driver when we're doing a DUI checkpoint, that's less than 6 feet, right? And we still do vehicle pullovers, but we try and be as safe as possible. And so plus the highway patrol, I'm still using them for all of the other COVID response. So we're still the highway patrol, the special operations division. We still do periodic checks on all of these vaccination clinics and outreach and testing sites and all that.
Right on. Okay. Oh, I want to ask you about that memo that we had discussed. So there was an internal memo that came out from Commander Chong about report writing for Special Operations Division. Can you give us any more insight on that, Chief?
Yeah. So what it is that we just want to make sure that they are police officers as well, and they do certain functions when they're called upon. And so when they apprehend somebody, it should follow that a police report is generated to detail their apprehension of a wanted person. If they're involved in, they're called in to execute a search warrant to clear a building before the detectives or the officers that are there to execute the actual warrant go in and keep the building safe, then we will want to know where they were at, what they were doing, and what their role was. And so the only way to capture that is, to write a police report. And so it's just kind of tightening up the police report writing responsibilities and making sure that we are accountable for everybody that's on the scene, and we know what they did and what their actions were.
Was this an existing policy that maybe kind of fell out of practice, Chief, or is this a new policy?
I think we've for many, many years, even before I was chief of police, we've talked about the role of certain assisting units And we've talked about maybe requiring them to submit reports as just kind of something that came up in discussion, went away, and then we figured acting police commander and I figured let's put it in policy and practice so that we have a better accountability of what our officers are doing.
So, for example, like with the apprehension of John Richard Bass III up in the Jigo jungle, would there have been, or is there going to be a report written on like that one?
Sure, absolutely, and that's where things like that come into play.
I see. All right, Chief. Any thing in closing before we let you go?
No, sir. It's Friday, so happy Friday, everybody. Wow, happy Friday, wow.
Right on. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, there you go, Chief of Police Steve Ignacio. Very, man, he's very accessible. Mm-hmm. I like that. I think, a lot of these agency heads, I mean, you guys see on the link, we get them on all the time, Chief Ignacio. I mean, you ask him the question, he'll answer it.
He's an old school cop, too.
Dude,
I remember
been all around.
I interviewed
right?
Sergeant Paul Tapau when now Chief Ignacio, was appointed to that office, and I said, what does the rank and file of GPD have to think about, like the chief making it there? And they said they're all 100% in support of it. They said, he's a son of the South, so he's got the sensibility and the respect and everything like that. And they're like, plus, he's done, like he was saying, he's worked in traffic, he's worked in CI with the DART unit, he's worked in CID and everything like that. He's seen a lot, and he knows the ins and outs of GPD. But he has the respect and the pulse of the men and women of the department for sure.
Right. 8:44. Let's go back over here to our KUAM Facebook Live feed. Good morning, KUAM TV. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. We did have some comments relative to the discussions we've been talking about this morning on the link. Joy Rivera Woodward comments in, so the Vax promotion is on a gift card, not cash. No, Joy. The Vax and Win promotion, that is cash. $10,000 cash.
Or possibly a car or some other.
I mean,
they
might give it to you on a check.
Yeah.
Right?
Actually, enjoy. If you want to check it out, just make sure to go to visitguam.com/VAX, and they run down like all the prizes and everything. The $10,000 cash and the car every week are like the featured prizes.
Right. And then there's a bunch of other
there's some really good stuff.
Prizes, right? No, Joy, what we were talking about with this gift card thing was, and I know that Senator Moylan and the Republicans, these Get Up and Move Guam bills or whatever that they got, there's a bill in there that would give, I think, $500 stipend card so that people can go out and support local businesses. Well, GVB has also said that they kind of want to mirror what Saipan is doing, because Saipan's doing like this $200, $500 gift card thing for the tourists when they do come. So that's what we were kind of discussing. But we were saying, much like the bill that the Republicans are putting in, let's just make it $500, not just for the tourists. Let's give it to everybody. Right, sir? I mean, come on. Just because we got the stimuli from Uncle Sam doesn't mean that you can't kick down a little bit of this American Rescue Plan money for all the locals who held up this economy when the tourists couldn't, and even now wouldn't, come to Guam. Right? That's all we're saying.
And Mary Rhodes is coming up in about 15 minutes or so and everything.
Yeah, we're going to put this in her ear, bro, and put this in her ear, and let's see if she runs with
Well,
it.
and given her position as the president of the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, I'm sure she's going to be absolutely in favor of, I mean, it's one thing for a stimulus, but, to make sure that the money stays local. Because, there's a lot of people who took their stimulus and said, okay, I'm going to invest it, or I'm going to spend it all on Amazon. I'm going to spend it on OnlyFans. I'm going to do, whatever.
What? Is that what you spent your stimulus on?
No, but I mean, that is, it does go to other, other outlets that are not part of the
I think you said too much there. I think you said too much there.
Okay, well, iTunes, stuff like that.
All right, I am not judging.
Hey, OnlyFans creators made a ton of money last year. You cannot deny that.
Yeah, when we're talking about the stimulus, guys, they haven't put out a release, but just sharing this info with you, is I know that the last I heard, they had batched out and mailed out last week stimulus checks for those who filed up to March 11th. Okay, so they do it. Remember, Daphne's come on, and they do it by date of file. So if you guys are waiting on your stimulus, that's where they're at. And again, remember, if you haven't got one, and let's say you filed your taxes in February, and you're hearing that they're processed and sent out checks from up to March 11th, then maybe you got to get a hold of Rev Tax, because there could be some issue with either your file, because remember, it's validly filed and processed returns. All right, so that's where they are with the stimulus. But we asked the question earlier, Jay, if you were to get a $500 gift card,
yes,
that you could spend on anything except your bills, what would you spend it on? And we did get some comments here. Joy comments in, I would like to get cash and do my Amazon shopping.
I see. There you go.
Bev Test J Solace said, I would spend the $500 at King's and get their famous ham hock and mongo beans. That's a lot of ham hock and mongo beans.
And you know you're going to take a very, very long nap.
Marvin Francisco comments, call ahead and have them deep fry the ham hock. It's awesome. Rosemary Laguatnia, on the post office thing. Guys, I don't know if you caught our little discussion on the post office. Des Leon Guerrero comments in here. They give you your parcel box key to the wrong mailbox number. It never received a package, and the post office said they can't do anything about it because their records say it was delivered to the correct box. And I'll just say that I had a incident personally where a passport wasn't in the box for Gigo residents checking their mail at Barragata, and they actually had to go and check and look around. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's always troubling. I mean, but then also, like, my mom will send packages and she does the tracking, right? So if you guys do the tracking on the packages, and talking just to the post office people, that's so key, because I guess it really works. But
also, that'll drive you crazy.
It will, because a lot of times it'll say your package is here, but it's not. And I go through this back and forth with my mom, because she sent some stuff, or she was expecting some stuff to come in. And she would be like, Christopher, it says the package was delivered. I'm like, Mom, I'm right here at work. The mailman just left. There's no package. And this could go on for days. Right? So I don't know if it's tracking that it's on Guam. But remember, even if it gets here, they still got to sort it all out. All right. But, you know, the moral of the story, why are you guys shopping online? There's plenty of great products here on Guam. Boost our local economy. All right. Do you think Amazon needs any more money? Like, what are they doing? Isn't there some crazy news about Amazon that came out?
Interestingly enough, when I was on my vacation, I actually just read a follow-up book, because there's this New York Times bestseller called The Everything Store. And now the author of that, I'm struggling to remember his name, he just wrote a follow-up on Jeff Bezos' strategies and what Amazon did, and especially what they did over the pandemic era. And yeah,
well, what did they do? They made tons and tons of money.
Yeah, they hired 10,000 more people. They, they opened up a bunch of different fulfillment centers. You know, they increased their fleet size and everything.
Just look at this metaphor. Gov Guam could be like the Amazon, right? So Amazon made all that money.
So.
No. It's not to scale, Jay. Amazon made all that money during the pandemic, and then they reinvested it by hiring more people and doing all these things. And then they had so much more money left over that just going into that guy's pockets. But Gov Guam also, with this $600 million, we're just in a position to fill a lot of gaps, right? That we haven't been able to fill for a long time. I mean, there's very ambitious plans with this money that came from the senators. We haven't really seen the plan from Adelup. Of course, everyone says that they're waiting for the public comment period to end, I think, in July before they come out with a plan. But then they say that, and we get these agency heads on, and they're like, oh, we asked for this much from the governor, and we're going to get it, and this is what we're going to do with it. So there is some kind of, like, plan, but maybe it's just not in black and white. Because I FOIA'd for it, and they were like, oh, there's no plan to FOIA. But then if it's a draft plan, you can't get it. So anyway, yeah, we're sitting in this position where we could do things like boost our scholarship programs. This is so key, man, because we get our young people. There's a lot of schooling options not available here. You get law school, medical school, a lot of the technical schooling like engineering and all that stuff you can't get here, so they have to go off island, right? And then a lot of times, because they've incurred so much student debt, they have to stay off island, because on Guam, we don't pay those positions the same amount of money they make over in the States. And so we are potentially in a place where we could put a whole bunch of money in these professional and technical service scholarships to kind of erase that brain drain. We're in a position to build up the Chamorro Land Trust. You know, we're in a position to give Waterworks and GPA money so that ratepayers don't have to deal with rate increases. Yeah, so there's just a lot of things that we can do with this money that could really right our ship and set us off in a good direction. It's 8:51, guys. Let's go ahead and get into the sponsored segment, Mabuhay at King's. It's Feed Me Fridays. We do it every Friday, and I'm joined in this one with Isaiah Uggan from the KUAM News team. It's Feed Me Fridays right here on the link. Good morning.
Feed Me Fridays is brought to you by King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Feed Me Fridays. What up, Link fam? With my girl MJ here at King's.
I'm back.
It's a morning, and we're doing something a little different here, MJ. We're
Yes,
doing
sir.
a PI sampler.
Yes, then that is tapa, longanisa, and it's served with 2 eggs of your choice and garlic rice.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And so tapa, what is tapa? Let's start there.
It's a very thin sliced beef. It has a sweetness to it.
Right.
It's really good with garlic rice.
Nice. And
Yes.
the garlic rice, I mean, if you guys have ever been to the PI, they do garlic rice with everything, right? I don't
Yes,
even think
sir.
they have regular rice in the PI.
I'm sure they do.
And so you guys' garlic rice, I've had it a million times. It's so garlicky.
Oh, you enjoy it though?
Yes, I love it.
Awesome.
And then, so we're doing that, and then there's also a couple other dishes that you guys are doing, because this weekend, guys, it's Filipino Independence this weekend.
Yes, I believe so. So we have the bangus and eggs, which is the bangus fish, of course. It's an
The
old fish.
bangus! Are you saying that right?
Bangus.
It's not bangus. No, it's not bangus.
Well, maybe bangus.
It's bangus. You got to put that oops in there.
Bangus and eggs. It's served with 2 eggs of your choice and steamed rice or garlic rice.
Right, there you go. And let's talk about that bangus.
Bangus, yes.
How you guys cooking that?
Well, I like it deep fried.
Can't go wrong.
Yep, can't go
Right.
wrong. And then you just stick it in some really, really good finadeni.
And you guys
So-
have really, really good finadeni
Yes,
here.
sir, we do.
A lot of people don't know. You can actually add you guys do the vinegar finadeni,
Yes,
but you
we
can
do.
actually ask your server for
To-
finadeni.
Yep. And some people don't actually like the vinegar finadeni. We can also just add soy sauce to the vinegar finadeni.
Duh. But I do know that vinegar finadeni goes pretty good with the fish dishes.
Oh man, it really, really does good. Especially with the bangus.
And there's another one. I never understood why they call it longanisa when it's so short, right? But you guys are doing longanisa fries.
Yes, and that is it's fairly new, but it's a really awesome dish. It's served with chipotle sauce, jalapenos, pico de gallo, and longanisa, and all that goodness is on top of the steak fries.
Dude, MJ, what are you guys smoking back there that someone came up with longanisa fries? That's like Munchie's heaven.
Oh, we just got a bunch of creative minds back there.
Right on. And so, PI sampler, is this available like all the time?
All the time. It's on the King Special menu.
There's another dish that you guys are doing, the kari kari.
Yes, sir.
Describe for those who might not be familiar with Filipino cuisine, what is the kari kari?
Well, basically, our kari kari is beef shank, and it's topped with kari kari sauce, our house kari kari sauce. And it's served with steamed rice or garlic rice.
MJ, you had me at beef shank.
And I'm sorry, I forgot about the bok choy. The bok choy inside the kari kari.
That's what makes it healthy, right? And
Yes.
so it's kind of it's like peanutty.
Yes.
A little bit of sweet.
A little bit of sweet, like almost like a lumpia kind of sauce.
Wow.
Like a fresh lumpia kind of sauce.
But
yeah.
then it's a beef shank, and you guys get the best beef shank. Is this the same beef shank that's in the beef shank
Yes,
kadu?
sir. Yes, sir. No doubt.
Boom. All right. So we're about to go mabuhay.
Yes, we are.
For Feed Me Fridays, right here on the link, coming up next. Thank you,
All right.
MJ.
No worries. Oh, wow.
We're back with Feed Me Fridays, and I'm joined by hotshot young reporter Isaiah Uggan from the KUAM news team. Isaiah, thanks for joining me for lunch, man.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we're doing the PI sampler. We got the bangus. the kari kari and the longanisa short fries. Celebrating Philippine independence this weekend. Philippine food, you get into that, man?
Of course.
Right on. So what do you like?
You know, I definitely say I like the kari kari and sisig. Sisig is like
Sisig is chopped up pig face.
Yes.
That's what it is, right? It doesn't sound cool when you say, oh, would you like some chopped up pig face? When you say sisig, it's like, okay, that sounds a little more appetizing. That's good stuff. We got the bangus here, which is our Photog Mike V's favorite fish. It's fried. It's crispy. I just want to show these guys how crispy. Like, that is crispy. It's so crispy. The skin, there's just a whole bunch of meat on there. And there's very few bones in the bangus, right? And then again, we got the PI sampler, which is the beef tapa, the longanisa, the garlic rice, 2 eggs, sunny side up, crispy bottom. They always get it right here at King's. And then we have the longanisa fries. So what do you want to do first? Let's go try some of these fries, bro.
Of course, let's go ahead.
Yeah, this is like late night, lunchy type stuff, you know? I could just see some of you guys in here at King's at like 2 in the morning. Sorry, bro.
You're good.
Yeah. Right on. I could just see you guys 2 in the morning. Maybe a little bit inebriated, just doing these longanisa fries. And so, Isaiah, this is obviously like a play on, like, you know, what is that? Cheesesteak fries, or you know what I mean? And then it's a little bit of nachos twist too, because they have the pico de gallo and the chipotle sauce.
Mm.
Ooh. It really kind of tastes like a sweeter version of Chamorro sausage.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What do you think?
I like it. I like. I think I could actually eat this on a daily basis. I like the. I like the sausage with the fries.
It
and
is.
definitely the jalapeno.
Right.
Because it adds the crispy texture.
And there's like a chipotle sauce on there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something pickled in this. How good. Longanisa fries. And these are the steak fries. There's also a bunch of cheese on there. Well, I can say I've done it all now because I've eaten longanisa fries. Let's go get into this. Catty catty. So you've tried catty catty before? You like it, huh?
I have, yes. I've tried it at several restaurants and family gatherings.
Right. And how would you describe it, maybe to somebody who's never had it before?
You know, this kari kari is quite different from the ones I've tried. Like, people describe it as if it's like a actual, like, it's curry, but the Filipino kind of curry.
Right, right.
It has the peanuts in it, and I think that's what they mentioned earlier. It has peanut sauce.
So, it does, but there's also some veggies in here, huh?
Mm-hmm. I think this is bok choy.
Yep.
Eggplants.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is that more kadu, or you want more kadu, or you like?
Oh no,
it
this will work.
There's always a big debate on like how much kadu people want with their rice. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's definitely some peanut flavor, and we're getting here. Wow, there's a few beef shanks in here. This is the famous King's shank.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you've had their beef shank kadu.
I've never had.
Whoa, boy!
I'm not a soup person.
We gotta come back. Guam is hot for soup, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. I gotta admit, guys, I've never tried kari kari, ever. I'm down though, look at me, I'll eat anything. So tender, look at that. And I can just smell that peanutty goodness coming off this. Mm. Oh, dude. Say something, bro.
I like when they don't cook the vegetables all the way because it has that crunch to it.
Yeah.
I'm still chewing on the bok choy.
Dude, this is good. Honestly, I didn't know what to expect because
the peanut sauce?
The peanut sauce, and I know that Filipino food, like with that sweet spaghetti, sometimes it goes to the sweet side. And I was talking to Mike before the shoot. He was telling me it's like, oh, it's like beef shankodu, but sweet. But it's actually not really sweet. I find it more savory because those peanuts, and you know, I mean, peanuts are pretty rich, right? And so I'm getting the meatiness of the shank, but then I'm also getting kind of that like saltiness and the nuttiness of the peanut sauce. But it's not like overwhelming or anything, and it's freaking really good. How's your shank?
I like it. It's, I like that I don't have to chew too much to finally swallow the meat.
Bro, this would be so good. Oh, it'd be so good with Finadeni if they have Finadeni, so.
I'm gonna try it.
You know, they also have Denancy here at King's, so much more people, or anybody out there who likes it hot, something like this, because it does have that little bit of sweetness, maybe a little doni, some kind of spice, so that's why I put my Finadeni. Man. All right, bro. Let's make a little room for this legendary garlic rice. Can I borrow your spoon? So Isaiah, you're new to KUAM. You're doing great work, man. I watch your stuff all the time.
Thank you.
But this is kind of like your first perks kind of shoot, right? So, you know, one of the perks is working in the media is we get to work with these great companies like King's and eat free food. So what's that like for you?
This is, I think, pretty awesome. I mean, I feel like a celebrity. I feel special. I have to get used to this. I don't know. Working for KUM has been great because there was like several things that I've tried that I never thought I was gonna do.
Right.
Like this, for example.
Right.
So, for doing actually trying food for free is like a blessing from God.
Amen. You're right, my man. There's so many people out there who go with less or even without, and so we're just always mindful of how blessed we are for these opportunities. Here we go, man. This is the PI sampler. So it's beef tapa, longanisa, and the garlic rice. Beef tapa is a little sweet. That garlic rice, though. Like anything with rice in the title, I'm a fan.
I like that there's a lot of rice because I prefer more rice than meat.
That's where we run into trouble as a people because the food we eat is so good that you have to kind of water it down with rice. You know what I mean? So I like it when there's a lot of rice too. How's that longanisa though? You know, let me just try.
It's pretty good.
Let me just go with this. Hey, just a little guy. I mean, it's a little bit longer than a Vienna sausage. It's longanisa, and I'm gonna get some of this garlic rice.
What do you think?
It's good.
Is it your first time trying that?
It is my first time trying it.
Would you eat it again?
Yeah. Well, the camera's on. Of course I'd eat it again. No, but hey, the longanisa, if you don't like it like this, get it like this, man. And these longanisa fries with all that stuff on it, it's absolutely delicious. But my jam, though, is this curry curry, right? Man, that eggplant, those veggies, I love veggies and meat. It goes great with the rice. And we also have the bangus here, guys, so get on that bangus. Come on by to King's. They're doing their PI sampler all the time. Isaiah, it's been great sharing a meal with you. Any last word for our Link audience out there?
Stay informed with KUAM at KUM.com.
What a pro. All right. Hey, Link fam, my name's Chris. Thanks for joining us for Feed Me Fridays. Mabuhay!
Feed Me Fridays is brought to you by King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday, Guam.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday, Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
At any given moment, anyone can get infected with COVID. We've heard it many times over that it doesn't discriminate, that we're fighting an invisible enemy, we're all on the front lines, and I take that to heart. I wanted to do my part, not just for the community, but also for my family. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing COVID home and infecting my son. I also wanted to travel, be able to see my parents and my brothers who I haven't seen in over a year. Now I get it, we all have to make a choice, so whatever you decide, weigh the risks and do what you feel is right. I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on the link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages. From all of your friends here at KUAM, congratulations, seniors!
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on the link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Join us each week for Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. With more restrictions lifted, our community is back out and about. And getting a little retail therapy has never been more needed. Tune in every Tuesday morning to The Link, where Chris, Sabrina, and Jason will talk shop with local businesses about products now available, new items hitting the shelves, and old favorites that are back and ready for you to purchase. It's Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. Brought to you by your friends at Pacific Grocers. Brands you trust by people you trust.
Oh, that's a big one. Oh, that's just an EE. We better put that in the cooler. We're gonna fight, man.
Good morning, Guam, and everyone else too. Morning is Friday. Friday, woohoo, business! Right on. Heads up, guys. Next Sunday is Father's Day. I know you guys don't care about your dads, but just heads up. Okay, we should do a ticker, sir. Can we do a ticker next week? 6 days till Father's Day. Right? It's 9:15. Good morning. Thank you to Kings for Feed Me Fridays. Good stuff, sir. What'd you think? Yeah, he was over. Yeah, his mouth was watering through his mask. He has like water spots on his mask. Yeah, thank you. Go check it out. They're doing their PI sampler, guys. 9:16. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Mary Rhodes of the Guamatone Restaurant Association, and also the Liz. Let me get this correct. You're the incoming president of the Guam Association of Realtors.
Right, and incoming president for 2022, and I'm representing the Guam Association of Realtors.
Right on. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's get right into it then, Mary. So we're going to talk tourism. There's a bunch of ideas that and action and stuff that happened at yesterday's meeting that Nestor did some great reporting on, and we'll talk about. But we first wanted to get into this economic forum. Mary, you guys are pretty pumped about this?
Yeah, it's the first time all of the private
private trade organizations have joined together to put together an economic forum. And we just strongly feel now is the time as we're looking at reopening dates. And it's really time to build solidarity with everybody and get the economy going together with the government Guam. But really as private sector members combined, we represent the entire private sector. And it's really important that we have a voice in it too. And there are a lot of things that I know different organizations have been working on in the last year. And it's really good that we come together and continue to lead private sector and push for more initiatives as we reopen the economy and really start looking at different programs that could benefit the establishments and the companies who really need support. I know we've had a lot of community-based programs and community-based outreach efforts, but in order for us to reopen the economy, but especially tourism, a lot of businesses also need the help. And so we're looking at having this economic forum to have that discussion, but also invite different government stakeholders so that we can also look at the different programs that are planning to be rolled out with reopening.
All of that. Liz, what are you guys going to be talking about in this forum?
Well, we're assisting in the forum. We're sponsors of it. Of course, our side of that discussion will be about real estate. How do we help our economy through real estate? And right now, we do have issues with real estate where we do have a shortage of housing. Right now, there are about 80-something homes currently on the market, ranging from 2-something up to 4 million. And the problem is our community's ability to buy affordable housing. So right now, if you're shopping, Chris, for a house, you better start budgeting between $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 to buy a home right now. And even Kaiser, guess what? Kaiser's about 300 something if you look at our market analysis. So real estate is definitely a part of our economy. And right now we do have some issues with that. And construction costs are going up. And people are scrambling right now because they can't find a home that they can afford. So they're looking at land to purchase and hopefully build. It's just costs are going up, and we need the government to collaborate with the private sector to assist in this problem because it's not getting any better.
Yeah, Liz, it's not. I was talking to somebody who's trying to buy a house, and it's, I mean, especially when you compare, I mean, so many of our people, God, it's heartbreaking. They reach that point where, you know, they've got their nest egg, they're established, they want to go buy a house, but then it's like, you're paying $500,000 for, you know, 2-bedroom, whatever, and they're looking over in Texas or whatever other state, and they could get, you know, I mean, they get a whole like mansion with acres and acres of land for that much over in the States. So yeah, there's a lot of people who are leaving, but how do we? Because I feel like, you know, land is so finite on Guam that it was only a matter of time before we reached a point where it was like Hawaii, for example, right, where it's just everything, it's just baseline, impossible to attain. And so many of our locals are just priced out of, I mean, not just like buying houses, but even renting houses, right? Because of these military allowances that just drive the prices up. So affordable housing, it just seems almost impossible.
And not only that, Chris, you know what they're doing now? If there's a house available that maybe they can afford, there's 5, 6. I think one of our properties had 14 offers. Just think about that. You're not only, if you did find it, you're competing, or the moment it hits the market, it gets snapped up. So I really feel for the people who have budgets in the 3s, and it's difficult to find anything right now.
Oh, that's depressing. Mary, so when is this economic forum? And is this something, you know, Jason or Joe Sir can kind of watch, or is it kind of like closed off for industry-specific individuals?
Actually, no, it's open up to the public, and we have 2 ways of attending. It is on June 24th, Thursday, June 24th, from 8 a.m. until 12 noon at the Hyatt Regency Guam. Because congregation is limited to 100, we are allowed up to 100 people in the ballroom at the Hyatt. And so we do have face-to-face registration. And we are encouraging those who are vaccinated to attend the face-to-face. If you're not vaccinated, the other option too is we have the live Zoom session, which will be recorded as well. So you really have three ways of attending: face-to-face, which if you're vaccinated, we will have a registration process where you can actually do a live demonstration with your QR code. We will give you a QR code for entry into the Hyatt on June 24th. And then also we'll have a live webinar via Zoom that we will be putting out to the media, as well as a recorded session you can watch later on.
Let's shift gears now. Is there anything else on the Economic Forum you wanted to add, Liz?
I just want to recognize the different organizations. It's together with GHRA, we have the Guam Chamber of Commerce, the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, the Guam Contractors Association, Guam Association of Realtors, the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, the Korean Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Japan Guam Travel Association, and then the Korean Travel Association. So again, it's the first time all of these private trade organizations have come together to put together an economic forum so that we can discuss all of the things that we need to get ready, but also start pushing as we open up these initiatives and have more of an ask with the government on additional things we need to start thinking of. We've seen a lot of ways to, either compare or to learn from our neighbors, such as Saipan and Hawaii. And so some of these things have been in the back burner and we've been working on with GVB and GHRA. We will be inviting GVB to talk about some of these things, but also what are the other new concepts that we can introduce as we continue to move forward.
Liz, anything on the Economic Forum before we move on to tourism?
Nothing other than I advise our community to stay informed, keep an eye out on different issues that crop up with legislation. And this economic forum, I think it's important because we got to revive our economy.
All right. Mary, so reopening tourism. Perks.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that we need to really make sure we touch on, especially with this forum and between GVB and public health. It's not just a reopening of tourism only for our international markets and our key source markets with our tourists, but we really also have to really get out there and improve our messaging, even with our local community, and explain to our residents of why it will be safe to reopen and why it's important that we get our economy revived and we get our largest industry back online. It has such a domino effect with it being a circular economy once the money comes back into Guam. And so that's why when you talk about tourism dollars, you're really talking about more dollars than just what tourists spend.
I wanted to ask, so with these suggestions, I know a lot of them are coming from GVB, and GVB's getting them from a lot of the industry stakeholders like GHRA. But last year, I know you guys had some good ideas that never really saw the light of day because they weren't entertained by the administration. Is it a little bit different now that GVB is the one that's kind of pushing these asks?
Yeah, we absolutely need to work together and build that solidarity and collaboration to get things moving, right? So last year we tried the restaurant month concept with the $500 voucher cards for all residents. And so unfortunately, a couple of things really prevented that from happening. The governor was supportive in theory, and I did work with Chief of Staff and also Gita. But at that time, restaurants weren't fully open for indoor dining, and so they wanted to wait for that reopening. So I've sent in an inquiry back to Mel and Joanne at Gita because, that now that we've been in full PCOR 3 and occupancy levels are higher, so now it's time to get those programs going where our residents can go out and support the businesses so we can hire people back at work and get money again recirculated back into the economy. That multiplier effect affects everybody, not just the servers and the back of the house or the kitchen staff. It affects their families. And it's a way to rebuild our tax base and get government back to seeing the numbers that they used to see, right? And so that's how it all works. But with regards to tourism, I know that GVB announced yesterday in the board meeting, and yes, GHRA is working with GVB on these things, and we do have a reopening task force today. They talked about the 72-hour pre-test, PCR test upon arrival, which will take you out of quarantine where you don't have to stay in. And so that was introduced yesterday, as well as an incentive program, which I know Saipan just released their announcement, and they're going to give tourists a certain amount of money payable to vendors here on Guam or in Saipan, so that again, it's recirculating back. It's not really you're just giving money to tourists, just like you're not just giving money to residents to spend anywhere. It's really with the intent to put it back into the economy with the tourism companies that really need that assistance to get up and running. And so that's what we're going to be talking about today, as well as the Airbnb for vaccine tourism. So there's a lot on the table, but there's so much more that we need to also create to have a better overall marketing plan, and really an outlook for the next 2 years that it's going to take to get back, to what we know Guam's tourism members are. But it's very hard when you see, again, places like Hawaii, where they're already at their pre-COVID numbers based on arrivals, and they've been at PCR tests for a while. Right. So it's really important that we start to make these decisions, but at the same time, get our community to understand why it's important, but it's also safe. And I know that the governor is really pushing for herd immunity with July 21 date. And so, we've been working really hard as community stakeholders overall, everybody, to get vaccinations up. And I think that we've done a great job with that. And so that is really the key that will get everybody to a place where I believe we can get everyone comfortable with receiving tourists back to Guam. And so as long as we do that and maintain health and safety protocols, I think that, we could do a really good job in this, but we have to work on our communications and our education and really continue to work together to coordinate these kinds of services.
Mary, I wanted to just touch briefly on the discussion. I think Uncle Carl had said that he spoke to the governor about Gov Guam starting to use the AstraZeneca vaccine, right? Which is, I guess, what they're using in a lot of our source markets. But we've had just a million doctors on the show talking about AstraZeneca and how it wasn't, obviously it's not the best option. So how do we kind of reconcile that? We were told, oh, AstraZeneca, and now we're like, oh, AstraZeneca, it's okay because money.
Yeah, I think that just, because it's not EU approved for the US, different governments choose vaccines for different reasons, right? It's not just efficacy and safety, it's also availability and when they had placed it at that time when that vaccine was made available. So there's a lot of reasons why countries choose different kinds of vaccines. I think the number one priority is to ensure everybody is vaccinated. And I think that we have to accept the fact on a global level that we are all going to have different standards. But as long as Guam maintains standards, and we know that as long as you're documented, right, to have a vaccine, that should be the first priority. And so by accepting AstraZeneca, you have to accept the fact that we have risks in anything that we do. But the fact that Japan, Korea, our key source markets have chosen AstraZeneca, we have to go with that, because we have to be able to accept that, because on a global level, if that's accepted, then we can't put our principles or our choosing of which vaccines are only good for the US. Otherwise, you're closing off the international markets and you're only accepting US. And that's just not our model here on Guam. We have a very difficult geographic location where it makes it very challenging for us to promote to US citizens only. And so that's why since for more than 50 years, we've been, receiving tourists from Asia, and we have to accept with the fact of understanding what vaccines they are accepting, and making sure that they have their protocols in place and it is documented and certified and verifiable, then it should be okay. I know that we're going to have different opinions on that, but if we're going to accept an international market base for our tourism industry, we need to be able to work through and accept the standards that they've chosen
So
for their country.
let me ask you this, Mary. Like in these source markets, are the U.S. vaccines accepted?
Yes, for some. And I know that GVB has also been working with those key source markets to make sure that they get reciprocity.
Right.
But the challenge is we need to make sure that our documentation is in place. And so that's why one of the things in the tools that we're trying to get is the QR code, because vaccine passport, you need to be able to provide proof of it, not just through a paper vaccine card or a letter, because some of those can be counterfeited. By having a secure QR code that's electronic and it's verifiable with WebIZ, which is what's reportable to the CDC through public health, then that is going to be a key component to travel, is because that's a universal accepted model is vaccine passport. But even that, a lot of countries, there's not one universal vaccine passport. Everybody has a different model or a different app that they're using. Right. So you just can't expect the world to have a singular platform. You're going to have to be able to accept multiple platforms.
How come we just don't, instead of starting to use the AstraZeneca, which everyone says is the Western family vaccine? No offense, Western family.
Well, again, it's not EUA approved for the U.S., but also the U.S. didn't purchase that. Right. So they purchased Pfizer and Moderna.
No, but I'm
JJ.
saying, Mary, instead of introducing AstraZeneca, why don't we market that you can come here and get the American vaccine? Is that more? You think it's more attractive?
Yeah, so that's what the vaccine tourism is about, right? So, but we need to make sure that whatever they choose is again acceptable. Yeah. And what is that form of documentation they need for their country to recognize it? And so that's what GVB's been working on, is making sure that whatever those tourists, when they come to Guam to get vaccinated, and it's happening all over in the U.S. There are more than a dozen states that have, I believe the number's up to 18 different states, have been receiving, Asian and international markets where they actually have been giving vaccines in the U.S. And I do know that there's a package, one of our Japanese agent wholesalers mentioned, for a 3-night stay to go from Japan to New York City, it's only $3,000. And that includes everything. And so that's actually very reasonable for Japan to New York. Wow. With all costs included. So a lot of people have made this very reasonable to be able to go to the U.S. markets to get your vaccine, because it's much faster to get vaccinated in a U.S. market versus in their home country. Mary, so Guam should really take advantage of that and take the lead, because as much as we say we're the tip of the spear with military,
we need to be the tip of the needle. Oh, tip of the needle, dude. Quote, write that down. Tip of the needle.
No, tip of the spear.
Not like because it's vaccine, tip of the needle.
Oh, tip of the needle. I get it.
Mary, last question, because we got to go. We're getting kind of backed up here, but you mentioned Hawaii, that Hawaii's been doing so-and-so for months. You mentioned, New York, Japan to New York, $3,000. Yet here we are still drawing up plans, writing things down. How far behind the ball are we? And if we're late to the game, how reasonable is it to expect big numbers for tourism?
Yeah, it comes down to also airlift, right? And airlines. So as much as we have been working on these initiatives, and even when we roll these out, we have to know it's fluid. You're right. The timing of it is extremely important. And we've been talking about some of these initiatives for way too long. And because we haven't rolled it out, we're going to miss the mark. But the other thing is we can't roll out programs unless everything is in place, like health and safety protocols. We want businesses to sign up for the WTT Safe Travels, Guam Safe Certified. We also need airline carriers to accept to start flying into Guam. or United to increase their capacity in order to bring these. And I know that airlines have shown interest, especially now that we've been talking vaccine tourism. I think that has been the one thing that's gotten a lot of traction, but that is the way we open it up safely, and we can reassure the community that we're really doing a lot to ensure the safety of our local residents, our employees of the industry, and of course our tourists while they're here. Because if they're going to stay for a long time, maybe we don't want a lot of people coming here. We want high-end quality tourists that are going to spend a lot of money and stay a long time. But right now, even rooms between June and August, it's really difficult. As much as Liz is saying, housing is difficult, we don't have enough rooms. Right now, we have huge military exercises taking place. So realistically, we really can't even accept tourists, even if we start the program tomorrow, because we have a lot of hotel rooms that are being used by military at this time. And so really the timing, it's good that the timing, even though the reopening, we wanted it to be done earlier, even if we had rolled it out in May that we wanted to, it's going to take at least 3 months for all of those bookings to take place. And it's good because the military right now, they're mostly in the rooms until August. Right. And so you're really talking more like after October, November timeframe when we can really start seeing people come in. But it's not going to be an immediate rush, although some countries have indicated to GVB and the hotels that they're interested in chartering flights and coming here. So there's enough interest to want to move this forward and to really set a reopening date. But we have to set the reopening date in order to get the airlines to want to come to Guam. So it's a chicken and the egg kind of thing.
But then it's also, we've set a reopening date before without anything in place, right? It's just like, hey, we're going to open July 1st. Oh, wait, what are we going to do? So it's good to see the legwork being done before a real reopening date.
Yeah, we have to continue to work together and put everything in place. And as much as we can continue to do that, and I think that, with GDB having the reopening task force, it's been very helpful to get some of these initiatives really pushed through. So I really want to recognize, at least the reopening task force with the governor's office and the surgeon cells in there, so we can really get some of these things taken like much higher and the attention it needs to get the support we need as an industry.
Yeah, you're right. You got to have your in. Mary, okay, last question for real, but if you could make it short, any update? Have you heard anything about this whole Afghan refugee thing? Anything else? Anything new?
I know that there's still a lot of inquiries. I did get an article this morning that, there's still a push. But, I just strongly feel that if it's going to be a yes, it's going to be really federally run. And Guam would definitely have to assist, but it's going to be a federal operation. And so as much as we want this for Guam and to assist, there are certain limitations even private sector has when it comes to a refugee program like that. It's going to require a lot of higher up attention, just like what we had with the U.S. Roosevelt. And I haven't heard any official word. I've only heard a lot of chatter in the fact that there's interest. And people are trying to build support for it.
Kind of seems like it would screw up our whole tourism reopening to have to deal with all these refugees. And then there's the security risk, there's the COVID risk.
Yeah, there's a lot. They're not vaccinated, right? Unless they get vaccinated there. It's security, not just from, it's everything that comes with the country they're coming from, with the security there. And we have a lot of other things right now that we're focusing on with the military and with reopening. So yes, it would create an issue, I think, overall for Guam. And so that's why I think those who are pushing for it, they need to talk to the federal partners and to the government because it really needs to be coordinated in a very detailed manner if people are pushing this for Guam to be the solution. And I don't think that Guam can handle the whole thing anyway. So we're just too small and we're too remote. So other locations might make better sense.
Yeah, I totally agree. We're busy right now, Uncle Sam. Kind of busy. Liz, thank you. Mary, thank you. Let's get you on before the forum and we'll catch up a little bit more.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Liz.
Right on.
See you later.
There you go. Hey, quick break. And remember, You guys want to go to college for free for 1 year? What's coming up next with the Guam Community College right here on the link? Oh, by the way, congratulations to all the George Washington High School 2021 graduates.
Today is the last high school graduation for GDOE.
Right,
It started with JFK, it ends with GW.
Geckos! That's our rallying cry, Jay. Geckos! All right, 9:41. This is the link. We're back real quick.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12 pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages. From all of your friends here at KUAM, congratulations, seniors!
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Hey, it's Friday, the link 9:45. Let's head right into the KUAM News Zoom room where we're going to tell you how you can go to college for free for 1 year.
Right.
This is awesome.
It's a 30 credit, and you will
Whoa,
all
Vicky,
be learning about baking.
Hold on, Vicky, because I know I said we ought to make it quick, but let me at least introduce you. We're talking GCC, guys, okay? We have Vicky Shiragi of the culinary program. We have Eric G. of the hospitality and tourism program out of...
That just reinforces the point. You can't mess around with this stuff. You got to capitalize on the opportunity.
Right, and so we're here to talk about free college for a year, and both the culinary and the hospitality and tourism schools are doing this. So, Vicky, we'll go ahead and start with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just like what I've said, we are offering free baking program for those who are interested in baking. So if you, for more questions about it, you can call me. But this is exciting. Those people are thinking about, retooling or want to learn new skills. This is an opportunity to learn it for free. It's a 1-year program, 30 credits. and it's a good way to learn new skills.
And your culinary program, we are such big fans of it.
I know. And I think everybody on Guam pretty much are aware of the culinary program. So today it's all, we are introducing the new baking program.
Right.
This is like, it's a pilot program as far as my department is concerned, because we are seriously thinking about offering a certificate of baking and pastry arts in the near future. So this is kind of like a test.
This is really cool, Vicky. And so the deadline to apply, guys, it's June 15th. That's just 4 days away, 5 p.m. Now, there's some eligibility requirements here. You must be a local high school grad, maintain a 2.5 GPA as a full-time GCC student, be a U.S. citizen or permanent resident, can't receive any other types of tuition or financial assistance, and payback provision. If you choose to drop out, don't drop out. See it through to the end. And then just think about this. I mean, Vicky, it's not just for the skill set to learn baking, but these are actually marketable skills that you can take out into, like employment, right?
Yeah, speaking of skill set, a lot of restaurants and hotels are contacting me asking for, hey, do you have anybody who knows about baking and who can bake or create pastries? And so there is a demand out there for this kind of skills. So people, the listeners out there, please, give me a call. Just don't discount yourself. If you are interested, let me know and let's talk.
Right on, Vicky. And let's go over to Eric now from hospitality and tourism. Eric, we just had a whole conversation about reopening tourism. And so, there's going to be a lot of rebuilding that has to be done from the ground up. And I think it's really cool that you guys are also doing a first-year free DOI technical assistance program for tourism and travel management.
Yeah, absolutely. So the tourism and travel management program, we actually, the department offers two different programs, two different associate programs. One is international hotel management, and the other one is a tourism and travel management program. Although we title as a tourism and travel management, if the student complete this 1 year free courses, the program, they can apply these credits to both international hotel management and tourism and travel management program. So this is going to be a great opportunity for students or the future students to kind of see what they like to do in the future. And also this is a great opportunity for the people that who's out there in the industry that who's ready to go back to work, right? Because they can have their skills and industry certificates under their belt before they move into the industry so that they can be highly valued by their company.
Right on, Eric. The deadline for this one a little bit longer, July 31st, 5 p.m. The same requirements apply. But just real quick, Eric, if someone gets into this program, at the end of the day, where are they going to go work in the private sector? What type of job can you get with this program?
Okay, so they can either go to hotels, any tourism industry areas. It can be restaurants, so hotels, restaurant, or any other companies that's related to tourism.
Right on, Eric. Thank you so much for your time. And then as we get closer to the July 31st deadline, I was thinking maybe you get some of the students out of this program on to kind of talk about it a little more, and then we'll shake the tree for more applicants.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Vicky. And then, Vicky, we actually put some stickers up on our window here, so if you had at any time wanted to drop off any baked goods from the program, then you can't miss us. We're here in Harmon.
I will remember.
Thank you. I'll remind you in case you forget. There you go, GCC, doing great things. Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend.
I know.
Right on. Okay, 9:50. Guys, let's do Sports Link, which is brought to you by Cure Water and also Marianas Irrigation and Landscape with the hardest working man in media, Dave Delgado, Double D, affectionately known here at KUAM. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore. We offer everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, those fun stuff, generators, and more. We also offer maintenance and repair services. Visit Marianas Irrigation and Landscape in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. So if you're over there in Yap and you need to bush cut your yard, you check them out and they'll ship it over there. So again, it's a sports link right here on the link. It's Friday, June 11th. Good morning.
Sports Link brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Guam's Irie Fitzgerald will be representing Guam in the Toyota USA National Surfing Championships at Trestles Beach in California, June 19th through the 20th. The event is universally regarded as the highest level of competition for junior surfers in the U.S.
When I got the news, I recently just came back from a trip from California. I was really happy because before COVID, I was actually selected to be in the finals because I was top 5. But since COVID happened, they couldn't hold the competition. So I never got the chance to do it last year. But I'm just very happy that I got selected again and I have the opportunity to try it.
Irie plans on leaving Hawaii on the 13th with the competition scheduled for the 19th through the 20th. Fitzgerald will be training with one of her coaches from California, Ryan Simmons.
Me and my dad would do heat strategies like competition, practicing, and like pretending like I am in a competition for like 15 minutes out there and just work on things that I never got the time to work on, like new tricks and things that I had problems with. It just helped a lot, actually. I feel like COVID made me progress, and that's what helped me in these recent competitions.
She will be representing the island in the shortboard contest for U18 female surfers. There will be participants from the West Coast, East Coast, and Hawaii. This year's event will be held at Trestles Beach in California.
Trestles is probably one of the best waves in California, in my perspective, for like competitive and like shortboarding waves. It's a split peak, so it breaks both directions. It'll break in the middle and go both ways, and it's a really long wave, and it can be like as good as a wave pool. That's how amazing it is there. And it's pretty much like a breeding ground for professional surfers. That's how great that wave is.
Most of the girls in the competition compete in junior pro events and QS 1000 events.
Saying that I was selected to be in the USA Championships is already a big deal, and me competing against girls that are in a higher level will definitely get my name out. And it just goes to show that I feel that they can, Hawaii's organization saw that I progressed in my surfing, and hopefully I can show people over by the competition how well I can surf.
Irie is
Thanks, Double D, for Sports Link. Again, brought to you by Cure and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. Let's move along now to One Micronesia Podcast. Remember, you guys get the sneak peek here on the link every Friday morning. Good morning.
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together.
So here with me today, all the way out in Hawaii, I do have with me 455. Guys, I'm just let you guys introduce yourselves. Thank you, first of all, for coming on the podcast.
Thank you. And Gasalelia. Hey, how's it? My name is Troy. I come from Myrtle Beach, but I was raised in Augusta, Georgia. And this is my partner right here.
Hi, I'm Bethia. I was born and raised here on Oahu. Nice to meet you guys. Thank you for having us on the show.
Thanks for having us.
I guess to really start, because maybe some people won't know, 455 made. Why the name?
Why the name? 455 made. The name came from our street address. And most of our ideas come from this small little apartment that we have, a small 2-bedroom. So with that being said, that's how 455 is made.
So cool. There's just so many great brands coming out. Before it was Guam and Saipan, and now you're starting to see a lot of these Palau's got one. The 455 that Vic had just. And then there's another great line that Vic always rocks. It's something proud to be Micronesian or great. But that's awesome. It's an awesome podcast. It's the One Micronesia podcast. And that sneak peek brought to you by Taco Bell. Jay, when's it drop everywhere?
Yeah, if you want to watch the entire episode, it's up right now on YouTube. It shows on TV tonight at 6:30 and tomorrow on Facebook Live at 10 a.m.
All right. Hey, guys, we're going to say our goodbyes. We're signing off on KUAM TV right after Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific. Remember, guys, have a great weekend. Be safe out there. My name's Chris.
I'm Jason. Rock out to this one, you guys. Lighters up.
There you go. Brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific. We're doing hair metal now with Steve from Porky's covering Warren's Heaven. Esta, adios.
Rolling. All right, Frank, you check that line.
Mic check. 1, 2.
Oh, all right, let's do it.
Got a picture of your house and you're standing by the door. It's black and white and faded. It's looking pretty warm. See the factory that I worked, silhouetted in the bed. Memories are gray, but man, they're really coming back. I don't need to be the king of the world, as long as I'm the hero of this little girl. Heaven isn't too far away, yeah. Closer to it every day, yeah. No matter what your friends might say, how I love the way you move and the sparkle in your eyes. There's a color deep inside them, like a blue suburban sky. When I come home late at night, you're in bed asleep, I wrap my arms around you so I can feel you breathe. I don't need to be the Superman, as long as you will always be my biggest fan. Heaven isn't too far away, closer to it every day. No matter what your friends might say, we'll find our way, yeah. Now the lights are going out along the boulevard. The memories come rushing back and it makes it pretty hard. I've got no